Ladies and gentlemen, is my microphone on? Okay, other Steve. I was thinking of Steve. Okay, so if we could begin to take our seats. I believe that raiding parties have been sent out to ensnare the people who are returning from the breakout sessions. I'm anticipating an influx of people here now. If you are one of the people designated to report out from your group, if you could sort of make your way to the front and sit near the front so that we can efficiently move you up and down to do the report outs, that would be fabulous. Oh yes, well that's a great idea, Kay. So we have a set of directors' chairs up here. If those of you who are going to be reporting out on one of the sessions could take your places in the directors' chairs here, that would be fabulous. So, Kay, have we sent someone to clear out each of the rooms individually?
Yes, we have.
Okay. Okay. So, Kathy, did you have a procedure in mind, or are we just going to go through the report outs one by one? Understood. We'll give people another couple of minutes to filter into the room, so talk amongst yourselves. I'll shout at you when I want you to be quiet. By the way, I should make one announcement while we are not actually conducting business. And that announcement is that apparently enough of us have registered for the evening event that we exceeded the capacity of the original venue. So the evening event, instead of being held at the Tide House, will now be held at the Firehouse Brewery, which is located at 111 South Murphy Street in Sunnyvale. It's not very far away from here. It is, however, not completely straightforward to find it, so consult a friendly neighborhood, local Google Maps, or other map application of your choice. Beware, there's a rumor that Waze was bought by Facebook today, so you might want to check your privacy settings. If you go to the Firehouse Brewery, the right place to park is in the parking garage at the train station across the street from the brewery, and you have to go up one floor to get into the part of the parking garage that won't result in your car being booted or towed. Okay, so I think maybe we have enough people in the room that we can get started. So welcome back from the break, and welcome to the online audience also. What we're going to do now is we're going to have report outs from the sessions, and then we'll have a more general discussion after we get done with that. So I guess, Eric, why don't we call on you first to give a report out, and when each of you come up, please state your name and tell us which group you're reporting out on and which use cases you considered. We're still missing one rapporteur. Whoever is the missing individual, please come up and sit in the director's chair. So I'll turn it over now to Eric's case. Eric.
Hello, good afternoon. The group that I'm reporting on is the security group, and as requested, we first discuss the education use case.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could quiet down so that we can actually hear Eric's conversation, that would be fabulous. Thank you.
So with respect to the education use case, there were many problems cited in the description of the case by people in the room, including people who have specific experience in campus IT and identity applications. But I would say more generally there was kind of a lack of interest in delving into this far enough to fix it. And we went on to the second case, which generally the one that was preferred was the remote identity proofing case. There were quite a few comments made about this. The first being that it was too prescriptive of a solution and that other solutions could be envisioned that could satisfy the implied need. and that there were constraints in there that didn't seem to be very necessary, such as an antecedent relationship was required in the description of the use case, but that didn't really seem to be required in actual fact. And remote authentication may not always be required either, which led to a more general comment that many of the use cases that the participants looked at seem to be all over the map in terms of their description, but a common attribute of most of them was that they were too prescriptive and lacked really a statement of problem absent a solution. We would prefer to see the cases, and perhaps in some cases consolidated, to be more, give us a story that describes a problem without describing a solution. If necessary, clarify terminology, keep things at a fairly high level. And with a high level or functional model, then we could be able to address the common security issues. In the discussion with this specific remote identity proofing case, we did identify three kind of functional things that looked like were needed in this, and one story that was presented. The story case was a new customer needs to provide personal information to a bank while opening an account in order to meet the know the customer requirements of the bank. And the three functions that seemed to be needed were, first, to create and populate an instance of a personal identity with attributes, and we need some list of mandatory or optional attributes whose values are traceable to authoritative sources. Secondly, only the person for whom the identity was created can provide it. And when we say provide it, we mean some or all of those attributes or allow a test against those attributes provided in a transaction with a relying party, in this example, the bank. And third, to support a form of non-repudiation such that the identity, meaning the values or the tests, can be proven to have been provided to the relying party at a specific date and time in conjunction with a specific transaction. So those were the three functional things that we thought would be cited for in this particular use case. And that's as far as we got.
So, Eric, I'll just ask for one amplification on something you said. You glossed over relatively quickly the group's lack of interest in the first use case. Could you provide a few words of color on what the basis for that lack of interest was?
Well, I think it wasn't that we didn't find it engaging. We did. And there were many interesting war stories from people involved in the educational community about problems with students and faculty members and staff members losing ID cards and things like that, and where do you actually instantiate identity documents, or do you do it solely on the basis of biometric information and some other factor? So in this sense, it wasn't that it was lacking interest as an exercise. What we lacked interest in was trying to take the case apart and rewrite it to be something more effective that could be used to then guide the work and then test the results of the work to see whether or not it met the needs that the problem expressed.
So basically, you wanted this use case to come back to you in better condition before you analyzed it?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could pass the microphone to your left, and I'll just have each of you introduce yourselves and your group and your use cases.
I'm Ann Rakuya Robbins, and I was leading the economic inclusion breakout session. And the nature of the problem that I was trying to address and bring to the fore was that, just to define it a little more tightly, is that we do have 68 million American adults with that are unbanked or underbanked, and 30 million households. So that's kind of the scale of the problem, and their need for some kind of a way to identify themselves that starts at a very in-person level is great, and that this is not something that is available by and large, but through some programs like FDIC has, there's a way that people can access credentials so that they can participate in some banking programs, small microfinance kinds of programs. Interestingly, there was only one person that came. And I know that this IDESG has a big vision, but the vision doesn't appear to be yet big enough to include this large number of Americans and the difficulty that we have in establishing trust deeply and broadly. I think one of the things, and I'm going a little bit off script, but is how can we come to appreciate the kind of entrepreneurship that exists in low-income communities? And how can we design products and services that enable, amplify, and enhance that? I think if we can't get to that level, the digital divide continues, and the ability to have cross-community trust is deeply challenged. So I'm hoping, this is something I'm passionate about and care a great deal about, and I'm hoping that I can continue to have this conversation and bring solutions to the table, which we did have some sort of short. My laptop's lost its power, so that's fine. But in a word, we want to be consciously inclusive across all spectrums of our security standards, whatever it is that we're trying to co-create. We need to be consciously inclusive and ask who are the people, all the people that we're trying to serve. So I'll stop there.
Well, before you stop there, recite the name of the use case that was not the default one that we considered in that meeting.
Not the PIV-I, but the financially underserved use case.
Yeah, and so in that conversation, we had a number of discussions about ways that need could be met, including the FDIC program that Ann referred to, and did come up with some some improvements to the use case.
My name is Nick Crown, and I'm representing the privacy group. And for the record, I did not volunteer to be the reporter. I was forced to for lurking on the call. So people who are just lurking, it's gonna come back on you. So for our use case selection, of course, we did the PIV-I, and like your group, Eric, there wasn't a lot of interest initially, I should say, in covering that use case. And I'll get into some details around that. I think some of the same points that you mentioned. But for our second use case, we discussed and through a democratic process went through two and were eliminated or filtered it down to two: the secure anonymous digital identity and privacy facilitated by a user agent. And we voted and we chose the privacy facilitated by a user agent use case. And I believe that's because it was the one that was most interesting with privacy implications and was just kind of a meaty topic for privacy. So that was the second one for us. For the PIV-I use case, the important outcomes in the discussion or the considerations we noted was, one, age. What if the student is a minor? How do you manage consent? The scope aggregation issue. So, this was an educational institution. The assumption is a lot of identifiable information collected to issue the credential. Could that be used out of scope? Is it too broad? Issuance itself, it places potentially the institution in a role of collecting more information than they need related to the previous point. And then, of course, the protection of the attributes. Could it create a scenario where you're sharing more data than what is required? And also pseudonymity, anonymity, how do you, and that was more of a general discussion around, well, how do you incorporate those concepts with a credential like that's so strong, like a credential that's issued like PIV-I. For the privacy facilitated user agent, the first point of consideration was informed consent. How do we incorporate that into the model? Transparency of the user agent. There was a discussion around it needs to be somewhat open source, and then there was a discussion around what does it mean to be open source. And what we finally got to with that point was that it needs to be validated, certified, it needs to be audited because there's a lot of trust placed in this user agent to do the right thing. So that was the kind of important outcomes in the discussion. The process observations, number one, we need more time. That's probably apparent to most. And this, to your point, Eric, we need to do a better job of extracting out the technology so that the use cases describe more of a problem and they're not dictating a specific solution. And so I think that's one of the reasons, I think that's one of the reasons why our group did not want to talk about the first one as much. We also talked about the privacy issues needed to be more clear up front in the working groups. Need more context up front that's related to just describing the use case better. And then there was a point made about potentially incorporating elements of the PIM into the use case template so that the use case author can start to address some of the concerns that we're going to be looking for up front, so we're not going back and forth on those things.
So, Eric, to return to you for a moment, was there any discussion in the security group of including, basically a checklist of security relevant stuff in the use case description so that people could better prepare these things for discussion?
No, we didn't actually identify making a checklist.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
I'm Deb Gallagher, and I was with the Standards Work Group. As far as the PIV for higher education, we looked at that. There are a lot of, it appeared that there were multiple use cases in the use case itself that could probably be extracted. And so we went from there to who is the real who gets the real benefit from this, because it was unclear if an educational group really asked for it or if it was just an idea. So back to Eric and everybody's point so far is that we're not sure who it is that would benefit, and that needs to be more clearly identified in the use cases themselves. So there was that. We also said that, or there was input that the idea of having a high-level credential for in the commercial world that could be used at lower level of assurance was definitely viable and something that could be moved forward. So there were some areas, again, in standards that we have some standards in place. Several of them were identified, but there were a couple of other areas that they were not in place. So that was pretty much it for the PIV. The second one that we did was the publicly discoverable e-payment addresses. And right off the bat, the question was, okay, what's in it for me? Me as a citizen rather than me as a bank or a financial institution. And so that needs to be clarified again in the use case presentation itself. It was nice that particular use case was broken out into 3 pieces already. But it did look like it was something that was interesting from a standards point of view. There are several regulations and rules that are already applied to this, but there are standards lacking for the overall use case as far as specific standards. But the regulations oftentimes cover a lot of that. So that's pretty much what we said. There were some other finer points, but.
Thank you, Deb.
You're welcome.
We'll do questions and discussion at the end.
Hi, my name is Phil Lamb, and I'm from the User Experience Working Group. We for our second choice, we chose the remote proofing use case. But regarding the PIV use case, there was initially the question of why PIV that universities already do an in-proofing process. They already issue credentials. They already use those credentials sometimes for logical access as well as physical access. And discussion around there came to that, although that is true, that standard authentication method that PIV would provide would be a large benefit. Also, this increased or strengthened credential would help reduce academic fraud and cheating. As well as this would allow the federation of the credential for other PIV type environments. So there was after some of that discussion of what is the problem here that we're trying to solve, there was some sort of agreement that this could be beneficial. Some of the suggestions to improve this use case would be that there wasn't any discussion regarding the user and what sort of data attributes are being collected, how are they being used, how is this data that is being collected, how redress will be handled regarding this PI that was being captured. Another suggestion would be that there aren't any inclusion or exclusion considerations, especially regarding the biometric capture. Some folks that don't have specific or have some sort of physical ailments that would need some sort of alternate methods to capture a biometric wasn't addressed here, as well as there may be a need to add some mobile considerations considering this this set of users. Regarding remote identity proofing, once again, there was that question of what is the problem we're trying to solve? Was there something wrong with the current notary process? Are we trying to fix notaries in general? And discussion came to that this solution was proposed several years ago, but the main challenge was that there isn't any standard regarding how notaries perform their duties. So if there were to perform this, how would a relying party really trust that the notary was doing this in a standardized way? One other suggestion too was that that there are implicit economic barriers in this use case / solution for those that don't have webcams or don't have laptops. That's a potential consideration. Also, and I think, sorry, those are the main topics there. Thank you.
Thanks. So a question that I'll address to all of you, and then I'll open it up to the floor for questions from the audience. So in the economic inclusion discussion, we had a couple of conversations about where an accreditation regime could add value, and in particular, in the context of this proofing process that the FDIC has developed. We talked about the possibility that things that are not banks might want to exercise that process, but currently there isn't. If you aren't regulated by a bank, it's not clear how you would do that. So maybe an accreditation process designed by IDESG could be helpful in that regard. Did any of the other groups talk about identifying opportunities for accreditation processes to facilitate things? And anybody can answer. No. Deb.
Since we were talking about e-payments, we already have the bank, the financial, so we didn't add a lot to it other than I think in the PIVI discussion there was a little bit of discussion about it. But
okay, thanks. So we have a few minutes, emphasis on the few. Questions or comments from the audience about either the specific report outs or about the process generally. So let's go from front to back.
Regarding the inclusion thing, I like the idea of the FDIC example.
By the way, for the audience, remotely state your name and affiliation.
This is Richard O'Brien with Payment Pathways. My question is there any additional exposure with the CRA monies that are invested, for community redevelopment, and are there any credits for banks to do outreach to pull that population into the electronic world?
I think that question is for
Would that be a
Ann.
recommendation?
Should be looked into carefully. That's a good idea. I'd like to follow up on that.
Yeah, we had a discussion about whether there were incentives for banks, but we didn't get that specific. And
Keith Hazelton, associated with the Scalable Privacy Pilot. So I've heard a couple times this suggestion that the use cases, it would be great if they were stated in a more problem-centric way and the technology were kind of bleached out of them. I think that's a great suggestion. I don't know if we could carry that forward in some way. I think given the kind of some of the parties in the room, it's going to be very hard to keep it that way forever. So I suspect the notion is a technology-neutral statement of things, and if you want to pair that with one or more technologically specific proposed realizations of the use case, that would be cool and fine. But I think we could all benefit from a discipline that said the first thing you do is produce the technology-neutral, problem-centric statements.
And I see Kathy and Scott diligently taking notes as we speak, so I'm sure that is going to be carried forward. Other questions?
Hello. I'm on? Okay. Following on in that same...
Wait, hold on. State your name and affiliation.
Oh, sure. Dave Sanford, Texas Comptroller, Public Accounts. Following on in that same vein, I think, yes, the technology needs to be separated. The use case needs to be defined in a way that shows the parties up front in a normal, human, readable, and understandable way. And finally, I think some way to map it back to the goals of NSTIC would be really valuable. A lot of times it was hard to figure out how these things were providing any value in the context of those goals. Sometimes you can find it once you read deep enough into it and interpret it, but it'd be nice to be able to draw it out in the way the use case was structured. Thanks.
Just a quick point. Colin Wallace, individual, but for the interest of transparency, employee of the New Zealand government, or at least I was the last time I checked in at the office. We're having a sort of a Skype back discussion here, and one of the points that's come up there is just, there's been a lot of kind of retrospective looking back, but as we look forwards to, the use case sort of kind of being published and tidied and so on, there's a notion of perhaps having a sort of a column, if you like, of where this has been solved. Now, there's multiple ways of solving a use case, but where those have been done in the world, it might be useful to at least point to that in a URL or something so that there's sort of kind of some connection to the going forward bit.
So it would be possible to take that as an amendment to the earlier suggestion and say that we should separate out the implementation issues from the use case and then possibly separate them into an exemplars section, possibly including multiple alternatives. And Colin is raising his thumb in a what I take it even from the other hemisphere to be a yes. Do you do that when you're at home? So any other questions or comments? Do we have anything online, Laura? There's nothing online. If you are online and you would like to make a question or comment, please don't hesitate to alert Laura to the fact that you would like to do that. I'll say again before we move on to the next phase that as a result of your enthusiastic response, we have upgraded to a larger venue for the evening event. The venue is the Firehouse Pub. It is at 111 South Murphy Street in Sunnyvale. If you go there, park across the street in the parking garage above the first level. The parking garage serves the train station. Kay, did you want to make any other announcements before we move on to the table exercise?
No, that's the main thing.
Okay. So what we're going to be doing from now until 3:15 is what I would like you, let's see, do I have a script for this or am I going to be extemporizing? Oh, there's a form. Okay, excellent. Okay, so I don't have to be brighter than your average bear to pull this off. So what I would like you to do is I would like you now at your tables, and there's no particular affiliation here. And by the way, so thank you very much to the reporters, especially to Nick. I'm sure that the handcuff marks will wear off here shortly. And I presume you'll be sending y'all's notes in to Kathy and to Eric, to Scott. Scott, why do I always mess your name up? It's like every time. Last time it was your last name. It's getting harder. So send in your notes to Scott and to Kathy for filling in additional details of the use cases and improving the use case form and process. So what I want us to do now is I want us to think about, generally speaking, use cases as a mechanism for moving us forward toward our goals. And in particular, I'd like you to go through both the list of things that, the entire list of use cases, and also potentially, other things that have occurred to you as you've gone through the first half of the exercise, to see whether there is something which looks like it could be a short-term deliverable of the group. You don't have to restrict yourselves to one candidate. There could be more than one. But I think generally the criteria would be that there is a problem out there in the electronic world with identification that has some kind of a solution, and the solution has some imperfections that people care about that are making them unhappy, and that we could improve by pointing to a set of standards that already exist, by integrating existing ideas in some way, by creating an accreditation program that would either move liability around or give people confidence in a class of solutions. So what I'm hoping is that we can look through the use cases and say either, yeah, we've got a few live ones here, or no, we don't have a few live ones, we don't have any live ones, and we have to go back to the drawing board and maybe do a focused exercise to identify something that we can do in the short term. So here are some questions to be answered. And by the way, positive public attention. So I want to once again reinforce a distinction that I think I've made from the stage in the past, and that is we are going to have internal deliverables and we're going to have external deliverables. Internal deliverables are going to be things that we vote out of the plenary. They are going to be an endorsement of a standard. They're going to be the creation of a privacy evaluation methodology. They're going to be, all of these things. Nobody cares about that, okay, except us. We're the only people who care about that. What people care about is whether their lives get better, whether they have less identity fraud, whether they have an easier experience enrolling in a new system, things like that. What I'm looking for here is a use case that gives us something that we can use to create internal deliverables that will contribute to an external deliverable, so that I can get on CNN or Bloomberg or something like that with Jeremy and with Peter, and we can say, your government through the NSTIC program office and your public-private partnership has just made your life better, and the anchor will hold off the break for an extra 1 minute to talk to us about it because it's so fascinating. So that's what I would like you to discuss. We have until 3:15, so I will shut up now and I will let you talk among yourselves. Please do take notes, answer some of the questions, and we will come back at 3:15 and I'll announce a break. Thank you. Kathy, if I could have your attention for one more second. Kathy has reminded me that I didn't finish the thought. I would like each table to appoint someone to write down any ideas that you come up with, and at the end I'll have just a short show of hands for people who came up with interesting ideas, but I will want to have them mailed in and collected. Thank you. Oh, yes, and there's a form at that URL, so if you want to fill out the official form, you should click there and do that.
You're the first one up, too. There's instructions for Wi-Fi. The hotspot's not going to work. No password, so it is easy. Conference over here. Do you know what resolution your computer's at? 1024 by 768. That way. I think I have a higher PC. Yeah, it might be fine. Show on the second. That's the new Windows 7.
No es un mandamiento ser la diva del momento. ¿Para qué trabajar por un cuerpo escultural? ¿Acaso deseas sentir en ti todos los ojos y desencadenar silbidos al pasar? Mira la esencia, no las apariencias. Mira la esencia, no las apariencias. El cuerpo es solo un estuche y los ojos la ventana de nuestra alma aprisionada. Mira la esencia, no las apariencias. Que todo entra por los ojos, dicen los superficiales. Lo que hay adentro es lo que vale. Mensajeros alados intentando aterrizar. Si abres el estuche, lo que debes encontrar es una joya que te deslumbrará. Ay, pero mira la esencia, no las apariencias. Mira la esencia, no las apariencias. 90, 60, 90, sumando 240, cifras que no hay que tener en cuenta. Mira la esencia, no las apariencias. No te dejes medir, no te dejes confundir. Agúzate, hazte valer.
Desgraça que há no riso do banguela. Mulher é pro carinho, vinho que a uva deu. Deserto é do camelo, novelo de Teseu. Tesão vira barriga, briga de foice mata. Na rede da intriga, tem sérvio e croata. Tudo que é osso e perna, tudo que é peito sangra. Bomba de Hiroshima explodirá em Angra. Cabeça não é punel, cabelo vira trança. Dança de pigmeu, veneno da vingança. Veneno da vingança. Veneno da vingança. Favela não é hotel, desgraça que há no riso do Banguela. Mulher é pro carinho, vinho que a uva deu. Deserto é do camelo, novelo de Teseu. Tesão vira barriga, briga de foice mata. Na rede da intriga, tem sérvio e croata. Tudo que é osso perna, tudo que é peito sangra. Bomba de Hiroshima, explodirá em Angra. Cabeça não é pneu, cabelo vira dança. Dança de Pirineu, veneno da vingança. Veneno da vingança, veneno da vingança. Que a luz da guerra. Que a luz da guerra. Que a luz do Banguela.
Let your hair down and let yourself go. Let your hair down and let yourself go. Let your hair down and let yourself go. If you ain't got no hair, if you ain't got no hair, forget it. Okay, ready? Let your hair down and let yourself go. Well, I can't
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go for about another 5 minutes, and then I'm going to ask you what pearls of wisdom you have extracted from the process. So 5-minute warning. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's let's start wrapping up the conversation so that we can have a quick readout here and then move to the next item on the agenda. Let's say 30 seconds more conversation. 25. Okay, so let's resume the single session here now. So what I want to do, I'm not going to go around and ask every table to report out on the discussions, but what I do want to do is I want to ask for volunteers from any table that thinks that it has identified something that the group overall ought to know about, and in particular, if you've identified something that looks like a use case that we should be working on in the short term for completion in 2013. We would love to hear it, and so I have at least 3 people gesturing madly at me enthusiastically. So that makes me feel better. I may actually be able to relax tonight. So first, and don't forget, for the benefit of the people in the remote audience, please identify your name and affiliation before you speak.
So this is John Bickham in Microsoft reporting for our table here. One of the things that we came to right away is that this use case was constrained by a series of technology assumptions, and that we thought that was a mistake to kind of preload or presuppose a solution. I'm sorry, the financial, what's it called? Financially underserved use case. I'm sorry. We asked the question, how does this bank who's issuing this level 4 credential possibly generate enough profit from this customer to ever pay for what they invest in doing the level 4? And the answer, we kind of answered our own question and say, well, maybe this is a community-based not-for-profit lender, and they're willing to do it for the good of the order or good of society, but someone, maybe the taxpayer, is going to have to pay for that. The other question is, do we really need level 4 for anything this person is likely to do? I mean, I'm hoping they're not launching a nuclear strike against somebody and, getting into a terrorism database or adding their shelter mates to the no-fly list. So I'm wondering if we really do need a level 4. One thing we liked about this is that it was reinforcing the concept of building capital. And building capital is the number one path to getting off the government dole, getting on the path to independence. So we thought there was great societal value in that. We also saw that there was a lot of societal value in establishing a relationship with a financial institution, because one of the hardest things for someone transitioning to self-sufficiency is lack of a fixed address and lack of a relationship with a financial institution. So if we can kill one of those birds with a stone, that would be goodness. And speaking of goodness, we think that because the financial institution is unlikely to make a ton of money on this customer, that it's likely that it's going to have to be someone who has a community-based charter, and so part of their reason to exist is to serve the community rather than for-profit motive.
Thank you, John. I saw at least 2 other hands. I think Darren is next.
This is Darren Platt from Simplified. We had a couple of things. I'm not going to report on everything we talked about, but I think as far as a new use case, the first thing we did was consolidate 3 use cases. We started with the IRS identity theft problem of people submitting returns in other people's names and getting their refunds, and thought that would be something that the public would be particularly interested in solving. So from the sexiness, getting public attracted to the solution, we thought that could be solved with some of the other use cases around common authentication or a public persona or profile manager. Don't remember the exact use case, but the thought was that by combining those things, we could maybe solve the IRS problem by having a public IDP vouching for the end user, or in some cases, maybe even accrediting tax preparers so they can vouch for the end user. That, I think, was the main thing we talked about. But at the end, Renee came up with a really good point that a lot of, or all of our use cases seem to be centered on citizens as the users and the end users, and we're not considering other things like businesses' interactions with governments in any of these use cases, and we should be doing that as well.
Thank you, Darren. I can't actually see who's next. Is it Jim? Jim is holding up a microphone.
Stand up. This is going to require you to extend your imaginations just a little bit.
Say your full name.
Hi, my name is Anderson Cooper, and today on Anderson Cooper 360, we're going to be talking with two representatives from the Identity Ecosystem Steering Group about a problem that many Americans face and how that organization will help you solve it. The problem revolves around anonymity, pseudonymity, the identity abstraction problem, how we ensure that you have informed consent, and the risks associated with attribute aggregation. With me today I have Dan Chenok. Dan, could you please tell us the situation and what we're doing about it?
So we care about this because hundreds of thousands of athletes in schools and colleges and universities and professional sports get drug tested. And there are significant issues of identity creation and following the chain of custody and drug test results and retaining privacy and anonymity, because a false positive could cause the value of an athlete's professional livelihood to go down, or even the rumor that somebody's been drug tested could cause that to go down. So privacy is incredibly important, as is maintaining and tying identity attributes to both the process of the test and the actual results.
Excellent. And so with a use case like that, folks, we think we can get Bob on Anderson Cooper.
Thank you very much, Jim. So I see a few more hands in the room. That was great. Although, having seen that, I think I may send Jim as my avatar to Anderson Cooper. We now have a report out from online before I go to the next person in the room. And Neville Pattinson, I believe, will be joining us from Beyond the Ether. Neville.
Hi, Bob. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
You are coming through 8x8.
Fabulous. Great. So I hosted the little forum we did for the remote users to work on this exercise too. And we selected the authenticate the person use case, as we think this has some interesting public interest and would receive a lot of public attention. A lot of people obviously struggling with logging on and registering with many different relying parties, having to maintain all those credentials for all those websites, etc. So on the basis of what would gain public attention, it would be to explain that we have a trust mark that will be available on the various participating relying parties that would allow users to establish a credential with an identity provider, and then once they hit the trust mark on the relying party, it would go to the identity provider, and at that point the user could choose to release what type of information they choose, from full disclosure of email address, etc., or to have an anonymous log on onto that relying party in order to preserve their privacy. So give them the choice, but generally to help them manage by having one credential, at least with the identity provider, that they could reuse around many websites, and thus save them having to register and complete all of these different relationships they would have, and then maintain all of those different usernames and passwords. So I think the group was looking at that as convenience for the user and highly usable for the user.
Thank you, Neville. So I'm going to do, if there are two more in the room, I'm going to do two more in the room, and then we're going to go to the break in order to preserve the integrity of the schedule. But if there are others, please, every table that has something to be enthusiastic about, please report that in to Kathy and to Scott. Next.
Dave Sanford, Texas Comptroller. So we didn't start with a use case. We started talking about the fair information principles practices and trying to find a way to use that to create whatever use case is used to make the public understand that well. And we thought about translating that into the uses of smartphones or click wrap or other things. But the idea is to translate a trust mark concept into green paths and red paths and showing how the data flows based on various use cases, and maybe show the green case where the use case that would be privacy enhancing, and show some alternatives as necessary. Eventually we then did start talking about healthcare and maintaining health information, and particularly proxies and third parties, and how you would support elderly parents and the like, but yeah, those are the main points.
Thank you. Is there another volunteer? There is apparently not another volunteer, and coincidentally it's 3:15, so I am going to commend to your attention the coffee outside. This is the coffee infrastructure for enterprise security provided by Dayon. Thank you very much to Dayon for the afternoon coffee. Please be back at 3:30, and Jeremy will kick us off to hear about the interim results from the 5 pilots. And once again, I will remind you that the evening event has moved to Firehouse Pub, 111 South Murphy in Sunnyvale. Thank you.
es un mandamiento ser la diva del momento. ¿Para qué trabajar por un cuerpo escultural? ¿Acaso deseas sentir en ti todos los ojos y desencadenar silbidos al pasar? Mira la esencia, no las apariencias. Mira la esencia, no las apariencias. El cuerpo es solo un estuche y los ojos la ventana de nuestra alma aprisionada. Mira la esencia, no las apariencias. Que todo entra por los ojos, dicen los superficiales. Lo que hay adentro es lo que vale. Espiritual, mensajeros alados intentando aterrizar. Si abres el estuche, lo que debes encontrar es una joya que te deslumbrará. Ay, pero mira la esencia, no las apariencias. Mira la esencia, no las apariencias. 90, 60, 90, sumando 240, cifras que no hay que tener en cuenta. Mira la esencia, no las apariencias. No te dejes medir, no te dejes confundir. Abúsate, hazte valer.
Que há no riso do banguela. Mulher é pro carinho, vinho que a uva deu. Deserto é do camelo, novelo de Teseu. Tesão vira barriga, briga de foice mata. Na rede da intriga, um sérvio e croata. Tudo que é osso e perna, tudo que é peito sangra. Bomba de Hiroshima explodirá em Angra. Cabeça não é punel, cabelo vira trança. Dança de pigmeu, veneno da vingança. Veneno da vingança, veneno da vingança. Favela não é hotel, vida não é novela. Qual é a graça, desgraça que há no riso do banguela? Mulher é pro carinho, vinho que a uva deu. Deserto é do camelo, novelo de Teseu. Tesão vira barriga, briga de foice mata. Na rede da intriga, tem sérvio e croata. Tudo que é urso hiberna, tudo que é feito sangra. Bomba de Hiroshima explodirá em Angra. Cabeça não é pneu, cabelo vira dança, dança de pigmeu, veneno da vingança. Veneno da vingança, veneno da vingança. Que a riso da guerra. Que a riso da guerra. Que a riso do Banguela.
Let your hair down and let yourself go. Let your hair down and let yourself go. Let your hair down and let yourself go. Boy, got no hair. If you ain't got no hair, forget it. Okay, ready?
Can I ask everybody to please take their seats so we can get started with the pilot show? All right, you got me as it is. I don't. My take is they're all going to present for 20 minutes. I think as long as we have them up there.
Oh, we don't want to do that.
Why don't I just have them up for the session?
Okay, and then just sit there with the Q&A.
Yeah, I'll hold them up one at a time. So I'm going to go over all this.
All right, thank you.
It's 25. Yeah. If everybody can please be seated, we'll get started in just a moment. All right, are we ready? Are we rolling? Let's, or whatever that is these days without film. So we've come to what I hope will be an exciting part in this plenary's agenda, which is the first set of official report outs from the Identity Ecosystem Steering Group from the 5 NSIC pilots. A little bit of background leading into this discussion. Support for pilot projects has always been a key component of the public-private partnership that was called for in the NSTIC. And there's a reason for this, which is the concepts that were laid out in the strategy are quite complex, and they describe an ecosystem that does not exist today. Our goal within the NSIC National Program Office is to make it exist and try and take some specific steps that can bridge the gap between the strategy and its execution. Pilot projects are one of the best ways to get from the theoretical to the actual. The 5 pilots that our office awarded last September start to take the vision and principles that are embodied in the NSTIC and translate them directly into solutions that will be deployed into the marketplace. These pilots are not a one-time deal. We're currently in the middle of 2 rounds of pilot solicitations for 2013. One is the logical follow-on set of awards for the pilots that we awarded last year. The second is one that's specifically focused on exploring ways that better approaches to identity and authentication can help to improve the way states deliver services. The reason for the specific focus of that second one is it's actually funded by a separate pool of dollars from our own appropriation at NSTIC from a White House program called the Partnership Fund for Program Integrity Innovation. When the first round of NSTIC programs, NSTIC pilots, was awarded last year, we had a number of questions from folks asking what, if any, formal relationship would be established between the pilots and the Identity Ecosystem Steering Group. There were a number of members of the steering group that asked if they could have some sort of a formal oversight role over the pilots, and the answer there was no. Given that these are government grants, they can only be managed by the government, and in fact there'd be some pretty big legal challenges around doing anything but that. The lack of a formal oversight role, however, does not actually diminish the importance of the complementary relationship that the pilots and the steering group have with each other. For starters, we've mandated that all of the pilots report out twice annually to the steering group, and we're about to get into those first formal reports today. We've also made clear to each of the pilot recipients we expect them to be active participants in the organization and to, where feasible, look to take work products that emerge from the steering group into account as their pilots proceed. Beyond that, we think lessons learned from the pilots will help to inform the deliberations of this body and hopefully help to provide some concrete answers to some of the theoretical questions that the steering group might struggle with. Likewise, we expect the deliverables of the steering group will provide the pilots with some foundational deliverables that might address some of their common challenges. And in fact, already to date, we've seen most of our pilots decide to use the privacy evaluation methodology crafted by the Identity Ecosystem Steering Group Privacy Committee as a tool to assess and improve their own pilots. As we prepare to get all 5 pilots presenting, let me just throw out a couple items to keep in mind. First, consider when you're listening to these presentations that the 5 pilots that were selected last year are all different, meaning they all explore different aspects of the identity ecosystem and challenges to its realization in very different ways. This means that when you're learning about the pilots, you may find yourself scratching your head and saying, hey, this one doesn't actually do everything the NSTIC lays out. And that's okay. These are pilots. None of them actually propose to implement the entire identity ecosystem in miniature. Rather, they're piloting different approaches that can advance aspects of the ecosystem. So a key objective of the pilots is for them to demonstrate what works and what doesn't, allowing us to learn both from the successes and from failures. I have a sign up in my office that reads, pilots may fail, and this is okay. It's a reminder to me, the NPO staff, and anyone else who comes to visit us in the Commerce Department that the purpose of pilots is to take risks, try some things that are different, and learn from the results. If we weren't taking any risks here, we really wouldn't have been choosing the right set of pilots. Our hopes, of course, is that all 5 are a smashing success and make the transition from a government-funded pilot into production, meaning that our investment provided a seed that allowed them to become self-sustaining components of the identity ecosystem. That said, we don't expect that all 5 will, and expect we'll learn a lot from both those that do succeed and those do not. So today kicks off a very important part of that learning, and we expect pilots will in turn learn from and contribute to the steering group, and that they will, all of you will in turn learn from and hopefully provide some valuable feedback to the pilots. The second point is if there's one lesson that our office has learned from these pilots, and that you may come out of here today thinking, is that their collective experience has really only underscored the need for a very robust identity ecosystem framework. It's really been remarkable that of the 5 pilots, all of them different, have progressed. Most have run into walls on a handful of issues that are all very much the same. I suppose this should have been predictable, but candidly, we were a little surprised that the same issues have sprung up between so many of them. So we've dubbed these common set of issues the common considerations. And over the last few weeks have aggregated them and put up a number of blog posts on the NSTIC blog, as well as invited stakeholders to start discussing them both there as well as on the Identity Ecosystem Steering Group's website in the discussion forum. It's a discussion we hope you'll all start to weigh in on more after today. So what are some of the common considerations that pilots are all dealing with? Well, common themes include, 1, we've seen pilots facing challenges to the lack of a documented method, similar to, say, service level agreements, for all identity ecosystem participants, including relying parties, attribute providers, identity providers, that govern their interactions and actually identify the components and outcomes of those interactions. For example, what's the duration of an interaction? What is each party's responsibility? How do you describe the services that each will provide or get? What are specific deliverables? Trust frameworks are things that can address some of these issues, but we're finding that what's out there today in terms of frameworks is somewhat incomplete. Second, we've seen in a number of pilots that there's issues with the lack of sector-specific identity frameworks for sectors like healthcare and financial that have a specific regulatory framework that governs them. So the generic frameworks are helpful, but they need to be examined in more detail in light of what seems to be a need for some sector-specific frameworks that could support unique aspects of those industries. Third, I think we've seen a lack of standards regarding reliant party risk assessment processes that have vexed some of the RPs that are participating in the pilot when it comes to actually sorting out the appropriate strength of credential that's needed for a transaction. There's a lot of material that people look at from the federal government, things like OMB Memo 0404 or NISPUB 863, but they're specifically aimed at U.S. federal government use cases, and RPs at times have struggled to sort out how the material in those reference documents should actually be extended to non-federal use cases. Fourth, we've seen that once reliant parties have sorted out some of these assurance strength issues, there needs to be a method to quantify the confidence in an asserted identity, both in terms of identity proofing and authentication. We think there's a model that needs to be created to objectively state the confidence in asserted attributes and the confidence in different authentication modes, such as tokens, passwords, biometric technologies, etc. Again, this is an area where Special Pub 863 from NIST has some guidance, but not necessarily ones that are applicable to all aspects of the private sector. Attributes have also been a big topic in a lot of these pilots. As pilots have moved forward, it's reinforced that some of the existing trust frameworks that are out there don't adequately consider or incorporate attribute providers or verifiers, and this makes it somewhat difficult to blaze new ground in this space, as every attribute transaction needs to be worked out on its own. We've seen some tension in instances where a party that's requesting a specific attribute or verification of an attribute doesn't actually require all of the information that the attribute provider tends to give them. But the attribute provider insists on giving all of the information that's available anyway, and the requesting party doesn't really have any way to request or receive less. This has presented actually some real challenges in the marketplace as our pilot participants have working to adhere to the N6 guiding principles on privacy, which emphasize the importance of data minimization. Pilots instead are encountering an identity ecosystem which seems to encourage not data minimization, but rather what we in the MPO have started to call data promiscuity. Spicy, I know. Going on, we had the adult materials use case in my table just a moment ago as well, so this is one of the kinkier steering group meetings we've had so far. But data promiscuity is what we've dubbed, where attribute providers in their ecosystem tend to just overshare it as a default, and are not always eager to tweak their systems to share only those particular attributes that are actually needed for a transaction. Also, we're seeing in attribute-based systems, there's not very often a clear flow-down of consent requirements to end users or a standardized mechanism to actually accommodate redress of user data. So this is just a quick preview into a series of tricky topics that the pilots have started to unveil. I think most of them will tell you today, while they're making good progress in their pilots, the marketplace for identity solutions will really struggle to take off outside of them unless there are some broader frameworks that are put in place to address these issues and others. Conversely, it's not all gloomy. As you'll hear in a few minutes, the pilots are also blazing a way forward, demonstrating how some new approaches can address some of the barriers to the identity ecosystem, bringing new stakeholders, particularly new reliant parties, to the table, and generating excitement and buy-in around solutions that actually align with the national strategy. And, showing how some new twists on the same old can actually have a real material impact in moving the market forward. So with that, I'm going to get off the stage and let them start with their presentations. Just to give a quick overview of how this is going to work, we have 5 pilots. They're going to go in alphabetical order, starting with Criterion Systems. Then we'll have the Cross-Sector Digital Identity Initiative led by American Association of Motor Vehicle Administrators. Third will be DAON. Fourth will be Resilient Systems. And fifth will be the University Corporation for Advanced Internet Development, commonly known as Internet 2. Because we think there's going to be a lot of questions, so we can actually keep on pace, we're going to try and keep all of the presentations to a 20 or 25-minute clip, and then basically have all 5 of them come sit up here and do some common questioning of them, in that we think if you have a question after one, hold it, you might have an even better question after 2 or 3. And we can continue the discussion as deep into the happy hour as you all like, but hopefully not too deep. So actually, Paul, if you don't want to sit up there till you speak, you're welcome to.
Hey, I'm good to go. I got a good view.
He's got the good view. So in the meantime, let me introduce Dave Cox with Criterion to get things started.
Did you guys switch it? Oh, good. Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you for the opportunity to present what we're doing in the NSTIC pilot. I'm a co-founder of Criterion Systems, which is a systems integrator in the
federal market space, largely classified environments. We do cloud security as well as a variety of different things in the intelligence community. I also co-founded ID Data Web, which is designed specifically for this particular purpose to create a managed service platform called an attribute exchange and a credential exchange network. As a matter of background, before we get into it, there are a lot of topics. I've got a compressed amount of time, plus I want to do a demo. About 2.5 years ago, we started working in collaboration with Google under a project called Street Identity, which we developed and the endpoints for attribute exchange. And at that time, a lot of folks were asking, how do you make money, with credentials and attributes on the online environment? And so we asked Eric Sachs, how do we do this? And he says, well, take a user, verify their attributes, bind it to a credential, and we believe that a relying party would pay $1 per user per year. We said, oh, that's interesting. He says, then a user would go out and create 9 more accounts. We said, okay, $10 a year, that's pretty good. And he said, we have 100 million users we'd like to start this with. And we said, oh, we know the math on that one. It's really interesting now. So we didn't really quite understand how that worked until we got into implementing. And lo and behold, the real efficiencies come out of developing a network to do that from a variety of perspectives. And so I'm going to walk you through kind of the logic of how the network works, and then we're going to demo the user experience. And then hopefully you'll say, well, that's not anything different than what we do today, and we've accomplished the mission. So the pilots are really done in tandem with a couple of things. This is a user-centric attribute exchange network. And it's done in tandem with some work we're doing at the Open Identity Exchange, in which Peter Graham from Verizon and I co-chair a working group called Attribute Exchange Working Group for developing trust frameworks around a similar model or model. And it's not really a specification, it's more of a guidebook of how to implement trust frameworks around the notion of attribute exchange networks. And what we've done is broken that down into a variety of different subgroups. So we have Kim Little from Lexis, who heads up the business subgroup. On the legal side, we have Tom Smettinghoff, you all may be familiar with. On the technical side, John Bradley from Ping, with a variety of really talented technical folks. And then on the privacy side, we have Dale Rickards from Verizon. And on the assessor certification, we have folks including Naomi Lefkowitz and it's Maisha from Deloitte. So this community effort has actually been feeding us insights into what the market is needed, as well as we've been implementing technology which has given feedback into this specification, if you will. And the goodness out of that is going to be published, we hope, in the June timeframe to allow folks out here to consume that and implement it well. Now what we're going to demonstrate in the pilots is really the ecosystem itself, the actors, identity providers, attribute providers, relying parties, and of course the user interfaces and the data flows. We are actually implementing real contracts, and that's the hard thing, because what we've done is we have a whole host of different contracts with the community of service providers who sell things like attributes and verification and authentication services. And then we have customers who don't want a lot of noise in that, so we've consolidated all that down into one contract structure with flow-down terms with all of those. So we have a full-time legal guy who's working on that, and we're going through iterations on improving that. The second piece is we've had to build privacy, and so effectively we've changed our architecture a couple times, and that's been okay because I think it's enhanced the messaging as well as the perception in the marketplace. We, in our basic use case scenario, is where the user is involved in asserting attributes, giving permission for them to be verified, and then giving permission for those verifications, the claims generated, to be shared with relying parties who then pay for them. They're the customers. So I'm going to walk you through a little bit of that. We have a whole host of different things and the advanced use cases related to different types of protocols. We use OAuth and OpenID in addition to SAML 2.0 and a variety of other federation protocols, in addition to different credential types and different types of stepped-up authentication techniques. Now, the business model is critical. So everybody kept saying how we make money, and it had to be free to users. And we examined the marketplace and talked to some really, really big companies. And I'll talk a little bit about the team. Effectively, we have identity providers, so Google, AOL, Verizon, and Symantec is now an identity provider. LexisNexis, Experian, we're adding others to the team, but Pacific East, which is AT&T and TransUnion Data, for real-time verification services. And then we have some other technologies which are device ID technologies and biometric technologies from a variety of different really, really great companies like Dayon and other folks we're in conversations with, and then other attribute sources. So we had to align the incentives around all of this community to actually demonstrate an identity ecosystem. And I think we're making some progress in that. That's, I think, and some really interesting lessons learned at the same time. At the same time, this had to be a neutral internet scale platform. It's a cloud service. We're migrating to a FISMA moderate cloud as we speak because we just want to make sure that we have the right security protocols in place. At the same time, we had to promote user trust, and a lot of that has to do with the mechanisms you use for authenticating assertions or verifying users in the process. Let's see here. So our first year use cases are 4 different organizations. I'll talk to you briefly about those. The first is Broadridge. That's a company that provides business process outsourcing communication services for the broker-dealer community for about 100 million investors. And what they have is it's a really, really exciting use case, a platform they've developed called Fluent. And when you go to Fluent, it allows for interoperability between different investment banking entities, all those usual suspects, and they will then digitize, instead of getting proxy statements and doing proxy voting and communications for investors via paper, which we all then take and put in the trash can typically, you will then have an online interface. And so to get that, because of FFEIC regulations, you have to do at least 2-factor authentication. General Electric is the second use case, and that one we got final approval, so I think we're in good shape there. And that is really for various applications. We're trying to refine the use case for corporate partner and consumer account access. That's a federation problem set that's very exciting because it's large scale. And then next is DHS, and that's being done actually out of MIT Lincoln Labs. It's the first USA portal for first responders. If all of us remember Sandy from last year, there was a disaster where the folks that were trying to repair utility problems couldn't get through to the disaster areas because they couldn't verify who they were. And the last use case is eBay for seller registration, and that's fairly evident. Our framework for services, and I'm going to go very quickly on this, and this is the typical diagram you see in the NSTIC program. A lot of the folks that worked with us in the beginning actually helped write NSTIC, and so it's not a surprise that a lot of what we're doing is at the scale that we're trying to do it at. So we have, as you can imagine, relying parties, and those are the folks who are our customers, identity providers who authenticate users, attribute providers, as I mentioned, are a host of those that are really excited about what we're doing. And then with or without a trust framework provider, we believe that trust frameworks actually bring a really, really good opportunity for communities of interest to rally around specific projects they're trying to do and actually have shared liability that's covered under those frameworks. The Attribute Exchange Network sits in the middle. It's a transaction hub. It's also a contractual hub. So to improve efficiencies associated with rolling this out to a whole spectrum of relying parties, what we've done is a lot of hard work, and of course we have assessors and auditors. So the way the user, I don't want to minimize the user. So the way this works is that we set up a marketplace. And in order to actually pay people money and actually gather money from customers, we have registration flows which are done online. So identity providers will come into the interface and they'll register a service by credential type, a protocol that they're willing to support, the corresponding level of assurance, and whether they're certified under some trust framework regime. And that trust framework regime, there are a lot of them out there under FICAM, OIX, Kantara, and others that are proprietary. I know that the folks at TSCP are actively engaged. That's the supply chain that Keith Ward, it's for Lockheed, Northrop, Boeing, and the industrial base, about 300,000 companies. And so each one of those may create their own trust framework or trust marks associated with their community to make sure you adhere to their standards. Similarly, attribute providers come in, they register, and they'll say, I have a service that will verify name, email address, telephone, date of birth attributes associated with our PII as users, and also with corporate verification in case you are, registering as a seller on eBay, for example, you want to do some mapping to that use case. In some cases, we have physical devices, biometrics, device IDs, which we'll talk about, and one of our partners is Wave Systems that will actually verify TPM chips, as well as there's verification for mobile devices. They'll post their pricing and their certification. This particular, as Jeremy was saying, there's no certification regime for attribute verification or attribute providers in the context of their identity proofing certifications, but then it's kind of adjacent, but not quite there. Then on the other side, the customers are now prepared to come to market. They will register their service. They will register their corporation because we're going to bill them, but also each service. Now this is a very important point. From a policy enforcement, policy control point, each service within, let's say, General Electric, not to overuse that name, they have hundreds and maybe more services that they expose in their community. And each one has different requirements for credential types. They may actually require some verification of attributes for onboarding that's different from dealing with partners, for example, onboarding employees. At the same time, they will come in, they'll say, I need these claims refreshed on a periodic basis. So instead of refreshing it every time you log in, they may say, I want to verify attributes once a year, it's good enough for me. We manage all that dynamically in the exchange. And they'll say, I want this credential type to be used for this particular service. I want to use a PIV card, or I want to use an OpenID credential. And they'll also say the level of assurance associated with that process. All that we manage dynamically. And then also, they will have a certification requirement. Now, that's where you impose trust frameworks. They're the customer. They say, I want everybody to be FICAM certified, or I want them to be certified under some regime for their community of interest. And then everybody who says, I want to make money. There's 100 million identities that can be verified on a periodic basis. This is interesting. I'll go and get, comply with that certification requirement. So a couple other nuances here. In attribute-based control environments, you have authoritative attributes associated with LDAP directories or some source in an enterprise, and we manage those by having those register as attribute sources. They can control the community of interest that can actually manage or get access to those, and that's dealt with in the policy layer. Account federation is done with three mechanisms on the exchange. One, we don't store the attributes that a user would assert in our exchange. And I'll get to that in a second. The first thing, though, is credential federation. So binding attributes to a credential is interesting, but if you want to minimize the number of credentials that you're distributing in your community, the way you do that is by binding them with verified attributes, verified through some source and mechanisms, whatever is required for your service. And so we enable credential federation using verified attributes to bind to an existing account or to create a new account. In the case of the early days of street identity, it was you'd go in, you'd log in with, you'd click to log in with Google using it, and you get an OpenID credential because you have a Gmail account, you authenticate, and lo and behold, we verify attributes, and suddenly you could just create that account. And then you can go and use that same verified attributes and credentials to create 9 more accounts. That's the reuse of the really interesting reuse of just basically creating new accounts. And then when you log in, it's just a single click. And you go through a lot of token exchange in the back end. That's level assurance 1, not really appropriate for government applications. Personal data services, the way we manage that is effectively at the end of our flow, we strip out the attributes the user has asserted, and we then encrypt them into a data blob, and we randomize that into a cloud store. As long as we can grab it again for when you want to create that second account, then basically you can do that. If you lose that data blob, or if you store it on a TPM chip in a device or a hardware token somewhere, then we just have you reassert your attributes, it creates a new one, and then we can position it someplace else. Now that's an important feature because in Europe, a lot of the privacy standards require that you store the user attributes somewhere local in the country of residence. So this is easily achieved with this particular mechanism. It was also really great because we don't create a big central data store, so the attack surface is also very difficult the way we've implemented it, and it makes it really trivial or non-interesting for hackers, we think. User-managed admin console is a free feature. We've actually now been getting a really good feedback from the RPs that want to use this for branding purposes. It's a user-centric portal that is federated out to each site. I'll show it to you. So once you've gone through and got verified attribute claims, it allows you to manage personally where your attributes have been distributed to each account, and then you can manage whether you want to revoke their access or change the attributes that are used. I don't know how many of you actually have created a lot of accounts over the last year, but I can't remember where I have my stuff anymore and which passwords I use. So it's kind of like a free benefit, and from a privacy perspective, only the user can access in a set of context-aware tokens, and we have some security models such as picture password that one of the partners on the exchange, KG, is actually real excited about working with them just to create another layer if folks wanted to have. And Bob Thibodeau is the founder of that company. So we have a Trust Elevation roadmap, and a Trust Elevation has a lot of interesting nuances. I'll talk a little bit about what we're doing. Device ID attributes. We have mobile device ID attributes that, two different forms. You have a variety of technologies that enterprises like to have users in their environment download so they can control what they have. But there's another set of emerging technologies that actually will, when the user permission, go out the network layer and pull the device ID and SIM card and be able to basically map when that user's clicking a button to authenticate with that device. So it's a step-up auth in parallel, no friction, which is a really good thing, and very inexpensive, so cost-effective. The other is TPM chips, which is on your laptops or on your computers that have them activated. Windows 8. A lot of the enterprise devices will be activated, and then there's Wave Systems. One of our partners has actually got a great technology for that. And then there are cloud-based or biometric cloud-based services for voice, retinal photo, and fingerprint. And there's some really interesting new ones coming out. Dayon you'll hear all about them. It's a great company for that. But there's some really interesting ones with when you're typing in, it'll do some pattern matching and things like that, or just tapping a device in random pattern. It happens to be a biometric that I didn't know about. And then fine-grained policy authorization services. This is for attribute-based access control. In a lot of use cases that this market alone is much bigger and dwarfs everything else that we're doing, because it is going to compete with Federal Express and other large organizations where you send packages everywhere, but you do it because the way it's done today. So in a Trustmark framework, and this is something we've been talking about in the standards community, you have a host of different options. So we will, in the basic flow, do a verification of user attributes and then bind that with an SMS out of band to a phone, to a device, which then goes and also checks the information from your phone records just to keep that tight. You can step that up with a variety of technologies, biometric down to PKI credentials. The price typically goes up or in this direction and that direction, but you have a portfolio of options that weren't really envisioned 10 years ago. And I think there's a lot of room in this community in particular to consider trust marks just around security packaging. Which ones? This is all about risk mitigation requirements for that specific service that you're trying to expose to online users. Privacy by design was built into this technology. So there are at least four different things we've done. One, legal agreements. So that's extremely important. And the contracts actually have flow-down terms from our partners, and Lexis and Experian and folks like that were patient enough for us to go through the process of learning how to do that properly, and we're still learning as we go. Interestingly enough, on that topic, because the user is involved in the process of asserting data and giving permission, there are carve-outs in some of these regulations. Fair Credit Reporting Act, Graham-Leach-Bliley, HIPAA even, and some of these other acts. Because you're actively engaged in giving permission for the process, there's some interesting, potential morphing in the legal constructs around this particular process. Second, we act as a proxy. As I mentioned, basically, I didn't mention, when you log in, you're redirecting through the AXN, which acts as a proxy for the RP. So the identity providers really can't track where you came from. They think you came from us, but in reality, you came from a whole host of different RP services, which is, again, privacy enhancing. The data management scheme I described doesn't centralize data, so it removes the attack surface. We don't even have access to your PII. We track users by credential. That's it. And so if you asked us, where's my information? You can't even get to the data once it's verified, except for if you come to the relying party site through authenticating yourself through the identity provider, and then you can access that federated button to show your console, which I'll show you. The other thing is data minimization, which basically was by design, and we kind of lucked into this one, I think, because relying parties specify what data they want. Facebook is one of the identity providers we're adding to the exchange, and we feel very comfortable with that, surprisingly enough. Although it was a bit of a struggle and discussion, I think, in the beginning. The way we do that is Facebook offers a lot of attributes through their OAuth flow. The scopes that they offer are everything you can imagine down to the friends that you have on Facebook. But all we do is basically when we interface with our API, we mask out or we drop out or we put null values effectively in the scopes and that we don't want to capture. And we rewrite in RAM so we can't even get to it even if we did. So once we pull the scopes down, we then go through a verification flow where the user asserts them and we're re-verifying the attributes anyway. So that actually happens with the attribute providers too. In the case of attribute providers, the APIs are very robust and have a lot of information. What we're really trying to do is bind a user to a session online. Name, email address, telephone number, whatever's required. There's been some studies, and Kim was kind enough to share in the standards group, some studies that said you only need a handful of attributes to really verify a user and bind them. Then what you do to layer cake that in terms of the techniques is really where you can really begin to bind the user to that session. So FIPS, by design, is in our technology. All right, so I'm going to try something that I never recommend people do. I'm going to give you a live demo of the user experience. Okay, so I'm going to browse to a mock relying party called Bank Online. Now, when Bank Online register on the exchange, they specify the attributes they want verified. And I can log in with Google and AOL and Verizon and Facebook, but I don't have any accounts except for Google right now, so I'm going to do that. We actually render this as a paste on, unless the relying party wants to develop theirs. In the provisioning process, at the end of the day, they sign a contract and we vet them, because we have to do that for the attribute providers. We have to actually go through and do site visits in some cases, but those are for non-public companies. And then basically, if I want to log in, I just click on Gmail. I'm going to create a new account. I'm going to show you 3 flows. The hardest one is to create a new account. This is OAuth. I'm sorry. I'm logged into Google. I'm going to log out. This is what happens first. Traditional Google login. This is Google IDP at the back end. Identity provider. I'm sorry if I'm using acronyms. So I'm going to go ahead and sign in with Google. Max Connect is a brand we had to create. We're not trying to create a brand. We're actually trying to be plumbing and stay below that. But the first thing that happens one time with every identity provider using OAuth, not with SAML, but with OAuth, is you have to give permission and allow access, which is a grant. And this is what I was talking about before, where we minimize what actually comes across to us. So I grant approval for Google to share whatever they have at Google. And then we go out and say, oh, the relying party configuration said I wanted these attributes to be verified. And behind me is, you can see, Bank Online, right there. So this page gets dynamically created, and it's based on the attributes that are required to be asserted. And you're not allowed to look at this, but this is my real stuff otherwise. So this is very similar, at least in my experience, to what I do when I create an account anywhere. In this case, this is a level 1 assurance. And this is my cell phone. This is live. 2.9. This is a production. Well, this is my sandbox. So now it's going and taking those attributes. I just gave it permission by clicking, and it's going out to LexisNexis, I believe, in this case, and it's generating claims, and it's done. It just verified the information I asserted. Now, and I just got a ping on my phone, and that said, well, I'm going to cheat. 1418. Now, let me just, before I complete this flow, what we did was user asserted my data, user gave permission, I went up to LexisNexis, generated some claims. Now the claims are combinations of attributes. You can't just verify name, for example. It has to be name with address or some combination, and that's part of the configuration when a relying party registers. So this is an out of band that just verified, again, it's going up. Now it's also verifying my cell phone that I did that, and it went against the billing record, coincidentally. Done. Okay, now I say I'm done. What happened at the end, we bundle up the authentication assertion that I got from Google, the attribute verification claims, and the attributes themselves, and we encrypt those. We notify the relying party. They come and grab them with a key that when they register as a shared secret key, they open those up, and with SCIM, they consume those to authorize the service. So, in duties and responsibilities, the identity provider authenticated the user. The relying party authorized the service. We're a transaction mechanism and a contractual hub. So I talked to you about the Manage Admin Console. This is the Federation button. Not all relying parties will want to use it, but when I click on that button, I went out and grabbed that PDS token I talked about. It was in the data store in the cloud. I unlocked it. It has to have a session key and another key, a contractual key, which is kind of our secret sauce. Exposes this and says, hey, you logged in with Google, and this is brought to you by Bank Online. So as this is a free service, and as a user, I now can manage the fact that I've got attributes that have been shared, and I can revoke access. This is user in control of my stuff. Now, I'm going to go and show you my second flow, and I'm almost done. I'm going to go to a brokerage site. I've created a set of verified attributes with a specific credential, and I'm going to go to another one and say, I want to create a second account. This is where I'm creating 9 more accounts really quickly. Now, I'm logged into Google, so this will go fast. I apologize. But behind the scenes, I click on this and it says, oh, okay, I see you're logged in now. It goes to the IDP, brings up the attributes I already got verified and says, do you want to use these or do you want to search some new ones? So I want to use these. Rebundle them up, ship them up to, in this case, Pacific East, which was AT&T and TransUnion data, I believe. They verified them and said, good enough, authorized service. That's pretty painless for creating a second account. Now I go to my Manage Admin Console. It's been federated out. It's going to get that PDS store, bringing it back, unlocking this, and exposing it to us in the secure browser. There. So now I can manage both. There's some other things that we're adding to this, which is the ability to link credentials and accounts. It'll be done in this format. Also, preferences that relying parties want exposed to users. So it's like CRM controlled by users about what I want to interact, how I want to interact with that relying party. So, okay, I showed you 2. I want to show you the last use case. I want to go back to just get out of the browser. It's real simple. I'll be back on. I want to go back. It's a day later. Logged into Google. I want to log into Bank Online. Comes back up. Log in with my Gmail account. There's a Furious token exchange in the back end. And using OAuth, and I'm in. Single sign-on on the web. Okay, so that's the demo. I think I'm done with that. I can go to wrap up pretty quickly. How am I doing on time? Over? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, schedule. We have a 5-step operation process. The last ideally is to go into production. We're ready on all these, but I'll talk about the lessons learned. Getting contracts in place is interesting because we're doing federation, and the security guys are learning as the legal counsel as well. But we're really excited. Things are moving well as can be, and I think as we go through this process, we're crossing the chasm, and hopefully that'll help accelerate the process. So, lessons learned. RP is the customer. They drive policy. They drive requirements. We have some emerging trust frameworks. I mentioned that TSCP is working on the supply chain. Keith Ward's in the back if you have any questions about that. And those are high assurance credentials across 300,000 companies to reduce redundancy and also make their operations more efficient. Broadridge is also in the process of considering whether to do a trust framework, and we think they're very excited because Fluent is a federation app at its core. There are some changes I just mentioned, that policy changes that have to go through consideration. You need a business leader to drive that through the process. IDP business practices do not always conform to FIPS. I think we've got that one addressed pretty well, or at least we think we have it. We went through a rigorous privacy evaluation methodology. Good learning out of that. We learned that privacy is a core messaging strategy for us to market the Attribute Exchange Network. not only to our partners, but to communities of interest. It's a big differentiator for companies to say to their customers, we're going to enhance your privacy by interacting with us and increase trust. Last but not least, I show you the matrix of risk mitigation options. We believe that there's a lot of work to be done here, and I think there's some real interesting opportunities for the community to coalesce around options, and there's some great technologies that have matured in the marketplace, I think, that are really worth spending some time with. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it. Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to be here today. We do appreciate it, and I also want to extend our gratitude to the NSTIC Program Office for their guidance and, more importantly, for their patience. We are a true pilot, and we are a pilot of private and public organizations that set out to create a cross-sector identity ecosystem that is intended to meet NSTIC goals 1 and 2. That's to build and implement an identity solution, as well as develop an encompassing framework that will govern and operate it. If you noticed, we're not focused on goals 3 and 4, promoting and getting widespread usage. We're more focused on taking the technologies, assembling them together, having an end-to-end system, as well as putting a trust framework in place that will meet our needs. So our identity ecosystem will prototype and pilot this end-to-end solution that integrates all identity ecosystem components spanning both private and public sectors. So that's important. We're looking at from relying parties and identity providers to attribute verifiers and attribute providers to privacy-enhancing technology providers and credential service providers. All those components are considered and integrated in our CSDII solution. So as I mentioned, each one of our team members that we're showing here on the cover slide brings a unique skill set and expertise from the complexities of the identity management domain. And we do have good and strong representation from our team today. So if there are some questions at the end of the presentation or presentations today, we do have the folks in-house. We have representation from each one of these different teams. So today I'm going to walk you through the CSDII solution and how the roles and responsibilities are distributed across the team and how where we are now and where we are going. So our objective, as we point out in the top of the slide here, is really to increase the confidence in end-user identity by leveraging DMV in-person proofing to strengthen the authentication events while maintaining user privacy when accessing online services. That's a mouthful, but what I want you to emphasize on are a few key pieces there. We're looking at, of course, increase the confidence in end-user identity. I think that's a generic goal that all the pilots are emphasizing and building up. If you notice here, we're not saying level of assurance 2. We're not saying leveling up a credential. We're using generic terms. We are trying to adhere to the 863 standard. We are looking at some of the draft versions of some new standards that are coming out. We're taking those into consideration, but we're using terms like increased confidence. We're trying to, actually strengthen the authentication, so on and so forth. But one of the key team members that we do have is the Commonwealth of Virginia, DMV. And as you know, and everybody in here who has a driver's license issued by one of your Bureau of Motor Vehicles, Division of Motor Vehicles, is you go through a rigorous process through that in-person proofing. They have the information there about you. They store that information. And we, being AMVA, we provide the infrastructure there to be able to get to those DMVs. And so what we're trying to do here is actually leverage some of that in-person proofing information, of course, to actually strengthen the authentication events. And we'll get into more of what that means. And Big concern there, of course, is not to leave out maintaining user privacy and when the user's accessing those online services or sites. So our approach is not to issue or create credentials, rather we're piloting the ability to consume credentials of various strengths and leverage access to DMV data to increase the confidence the user is who they claim to be. So that's important here. Again, we're not issuing the credentials. We're actually, using them and leveraging them. With true and successful completion of the DMV vetting, CSDII is providing the option for the user to memorialize the process by obtaining a stronger credential issued by an identity provider or credential service provider. One example is a user enrolling in a gesture biometric with BioSig, and future possession of this credential is indicative of the user previously completing the vetting process. So we're saying that we're going to combine some of these authentication events, and as you go through and vet with our DMV or vet through some of these more advanced enhancements, that you can memorialize that, and the CSP or the credential service provider can issue a higher level credential. So to meet this objective, the CSDII team is working in a stepwise fashion to build the necessary capabilities. And the capabilities are in order of implementation, are represented in that arrow graphic. So we start out, and again, we're using generic terms here, and we'll get into more detail about what these generic terms mean in an upcoming slide. But, we're going to start out implementing strong authentication, apply some other techniques for a stronger authentication, and then we're going to cap that off with a stronger credential, and then we're going to produce this consolidated claim set and have the RP actually utilize that consolidated claim set on behalf of the user. So knowing that the self-assured credential is available, our strong authentication represents a verification of attributes against the DMV authoritative data. So that's verifying attributes, and at this point we haven't bound that to an individual. The next step is the stronger authentication, which represents a combination of second and multi-factor verification methods. And then we'll implement an example of a user enrolling with a stronger credential at a credential service provider. And then finally, consolidating the claim set and presenting back to an RP with confidence that the individual has utilized a combination of verification and authentication steps that provide sufficient assurance that the individual says who they say they are. So keep in mind that the RP can define the level of verification authentication necessary for access to their service or site. That's key. So it's not requirement for a relying party to sign up for all these authentication steps. It depends on the business need defined by the relying party to the extent that they want to enforce these authentication events. So some of our challenges that we faced in no particular order. Here, identify trust framework model to meet CSDII business needs. So us trying to define a single trust framework defined for the pilot that will give the relying party the options to define a policy that will define the level of risk that they're comfortable with. At the same time, the trust framework needs to balance unique business, legal, and actually technical characteristics of the states and private businesses. We are cross-sector, and that's one of the other key pieces that I want you to take away from here. We are bridging that gap between state entities and actually private entities. For example, take into consideration, the state government legal issues to include liability, grant authority, sovereign state, so on and so forth. So we had to take these into consideration when we were putting together the trust framework that would actually encompass all these steps and then the players in our ecosystem. Also, for the trust framework is how do we find a trust framework that is actually scalable, both horizontally and vertically, across jurisdictions, across states, and in the multiple domains in each one of those jurisdictions. Challenge number 2, bind the self-assured credential to a user without impacting the identity provider. Early on, we maybe naively thought that we'd be able to influence the identity providers to modify their user profiles to accept or store stronger credentials or notification of a stronger credential. Since then, we've kind of pulled back on that approach and that requirement. So we're going in with the assumption now that we're going to take some of those credentials as is, and then we'll work around that to actually generate, the authorization events and the higher credentials. Other challenge there, leverage in-person proofing on remote authentication events. Of course, we know that there's that strong in-proofing event that happens at the DMV. How do we take advantage of that for the person sitting at their computer who wants to get this higher level credential, in an electronic fashion? Not have that person wait for a notification in the mail, not have that person have to go to a remote site to prove their identity. So we want to take advantage of that in real time. So we'll show you what our solution is in an upcoming slide. Of course, one of the other challenges were create composite claim set with privacy-enhancing attributes. So as the verifications and authentications are orchestrated and consolidated, how do we ensure non-traceability, non-linkability between ecosystem components? And how do we create those derived attributes without exposing the underlying PII data? So something that you'll probably see is common amongst all the pilots. One of the things here at the bottom of the screen, you'll also notice that as we're actually generating these capabilities, creating them, and then having to mature these capabilities, there's a bottom arrow there too. So this is to represent time as we're ongoing. Of course, we're going to be evolving that trust framework, and we're going to show you what the timeline is for, the initial drop for the trust framework and the initial drop for these capabilities. Also important here, and it's an evolutionary step, is the user experience. So that's both from an administrative point of view as well as a end user point of view. We know that that is one of the key aspects here to get usability, to get people to start to use this system, to talk about the system, and for the system to grow, is to have a pleasant user experience. So this is a high-level graphic of our timeline and our milestones. What I did was map some of those events that we talked about on the previous slide just in very simple format here. You're going to notice that we do have multiple phases in our pilot effort, and we're showing here the high-level milestones necessary to satisfy the objective that we shared on the previous slide. So our proof of concept continues through the end of July, at which time we transition into a pilot phase. So proof of concept is just that. That's a laboratory environment using basically fictitious data. It's a place for us to verify and validate that these capabilities are being built to the requirements and meet the needs, of the user community. We're showing strong authentication, our stronger authentication event, and generating the stronger credential and consolidating that claim set. So that is all going to be done by the end of the proof of concept. There is a overlap between the proof of concept and pilot prep period, and then we're going to transition to a pilot period, and we'll get into what that means. Now you'll notice right below those capabilities in the milestones, you're going to see TF, and that's for the trust framework. We are showing version 1 and version 2 of that trust framework. So version 1 is underneath our belts. But what does that mean? So we have that version 1 represents the aspects of the trust framework of the business, legal, and actually technical agreements, policies, and procedures that are common to all the ecosystem components. And we're going to get to the model that we're following for the trust framework. So, one of those there's a carrot out there for you to, actually pay attention to the end of the presentation. So I'll tell you what trust framework that we're decided on and what we're doing to enhance that trust framework. So version 2 augments version 1 with the add-ons and the extensions that are necessary to cover the unique aspects of each of the component participant types. So as we go forward, you can think of as version 1 is the common ground rules, common agreements amongst all components, and then version 2, we're getting into the unique idiosyncrasies and what that does to the different components of the trust framework. Okay, so moving on. High-level graphic of our logical architecture showing the ecosystem components and how they're logically grouped and connected to meet our objective. So what I'm doing is actually walking you through broad overview, high-level architecture. We're going to talk about, the user journey. We're going to get into showing a use case and so on. So on this graphic, you're going to see that we have the user at the top of our pyramid. Relying party directly connects to the user. And then there's our PETP. That's representative of the privacy enhancing technology provider. So what we're identifying is each role and the team member responsible for each role in our ecosystem. And as you can see that we do have that logical break between the relying party and the rest of the components down here in the authentication and verification phase. So you can think of this tier as there's the user services that are defined by the relying party. They're defining, user services that are provided by the relying party. They're providing and defining the business requirements necessary for the ecosystem. And the privacy enhancing component in the middle is really the enforcement point for the policies that are going to be defined by the relying party. And then as the enforcement is orchestrated by the privacy enhancing piece, they're actually distributed out to the various components of the authentication and verification components. We have our commercially available IDPs, or identity providers. We have our attribute verification piece from AMVA. We have credential service providers from BioSig. There's a Microsoft component and a CA component as well. And so depending upon how the relying parties, depending upon how the relying party defines their policy, they will, the privacy enhancing piece will actually orchestrate and verify the different components that are necessary to be combined back into that consolidated claim set to be sent back upstream to the relying party. So you'll see there is, connectivity between identity provider and user, credential service provider and user. Of course, as was shown on the previous pilot, there is some interaction from the user directly to the identity provider to enter some credentials, similarly to the credential service provider. So here, in other words, we're showing the consumer of our ecosystem, we're showing the enforcement point of the ecosystem, and we're showing the various levels of authentication and authentication and verification. Okay, walking you through the user journey of our ecosystem. So this is showcasing the user journey as well as the decision points in the CSDII business process. I'm not going to be walking through each individual activity shown in the flow here. I am just trying to show overall that there are decision points along the way. And depending upon what the policy is that the relying party has defined is how we're going to execute those decision points. So in other words, that the user visits the relying party, There's some information provided. User logs in to the IDP, and then there's a decision point. Okay, now at the privacy enhancing technology piece, is there verification of attributes? If so, there's a flow that will route the user through that experience to enter some additional attributes that are going to be verified through AMVA with the DMV. And then at that point, there's another decision point. Okay, does the relying party require a second factor or a multi-factor authorization? And so then you see on that dividing line. So to the left of that dividing line is simply the identity provider and the attribute verification component of the ecosystem, and to the right is the credential service provider enrollment and verification. So what we're doing here to enroll in our credential is that we're going to, in our remote proofing component for this is critical to this final step, is that we are going to again ask for additional information from the user that is housed at the DMV. We're going to walk that user through a knowledge-based authentication activity here to actually prove remotely who that person is. So this information is housed at the DMV, unique to that person, collected at the in-person proofing phase, and actually stored at the DMV. So once we walk them through that knowledge-based authentication step, the user will then have the option to memorialize that authentication by enrolling and enrolling with the credential service provider, who will then issue that credential. So then going back through, the idea is that the user will enter that credential, will only need to enroll with that credential once, and then any future use, they'll be able to reuse that credential for that relying party policy requirement. So the idea is once they walk through the various phases of the authentication events and the enrollment or the entry of that credential, the privacy enhancing piece will consolidate that claim set and send back the information to the relying party to grant access to the user. I'm kind of hurrying through this because I know that we're running short on time. So one of the first use cases that we're dealing with is with the Virginia DMV. So they are acting as a relying party for the initial use case. We call this the casual sale use case. That is the sale of a vehicle between two people in the Commonwealth of Virginia, person to person. So the key point here is that going through a casual sale online is going to require a seller authentication and a buyer authentication to make sure that the seller owns the vehicle and the buyer then has agreed to buy that particular vehicle. And then, of course, they're going to need to actually register that vehicle. So the point here is not really what the business process is behind here. The point here is that we do need to go through a higher level of assurance that these people are who they say they are. So we're going to walk them through these authentication events and have them prove that, one, they own the vehicle, and two, they are who they say they are. But one note here is that the Virginia casual sale is going to be this use case, and the Virginia relying party in this particular case is going to be deployed to a production-like environment to exercise all the pilot. But to exercise all the pilot capabilities, the other components in our ecosystem are going to be in production. So even though this RP is not necessarily run in production, the case has multiple benefits to CSDII. One, to help with the bootstrapping issue that we had of onboarding an RP. We're developing the trust framework in parallel to bringing on some relying parties, and so we had that issue. It's the issue of with the chicken and the egg. We have a relying party we need to onboard, but we're still defining the agreements that we need to onboard that relying party. So using this use case is helping us through that bootstrapping exercise. And two, that this is a benefit to the DMV community as a whole. There are other DMVs who are interested in this casual sale use case, how it can be implemented, so they would like the proof of concept to see that it can be done. So you can see here, I'm not going to go into detail. We do talk about the specific attributes that are going to need to be verified and actually consolidated and returned back to the relying party. So accomplishments and near-term milestones. So in the first one, we do talk about the trust framework. We have made a lot of headway in our trust framework. Now, mind you, going into this, there were some ideas and some concepts about what should and shouldn't be used. We did not identify and confirm a trust framework that we were using right off the bat. So there was a evolution and there was a analysis effort done to determine what would best fit the CSDII ecosystem. So our pilot did follow a methodical approach to evaluate, and we looked at 6 model trust frameworks and how they aligned with the trust framework requirements for our CSDII pilot project. And it turned out that of the 6 that we looked at, and we can talk to you about what those 6 were, the In-Common trust framework model was found to be the most robust, mature, and one that was actually scalable of those reviewed for our CSDI efforts. So we are following the In-Common trust framework. So version 1 that we're talking about here is really the rebranding and actually customizing of the common agreements from the In-Common trust framework for the CSDII effort. And version 1.1, that's what we call the operation. That's what we call the operational. So the common agreements amongst all the components. Version 1.1 is the extension. Of 1.0 to augment the operational trust framework with the business, legal, and technical specifics unique to each component and participant types. So those unique cases that we need to account for relying parties, for for credential service providers, and so on. And version 2.0 that we're being worked on is a final revision that's post-review by the team, available stakeholders, and the Virginia Office of Attorney General. And to let you know that, even though we did start out with the Virginia DMV as a relying party, we are looking at, and we have a high probability of success in onboarding a health IT provider, and we're looking at higher education. Now, we do have very strong leads for the health IT provider. We're getting very close to signing them on, but they still haven't inked on the bottom line, so we cannot reveal who that is at this time. Hopefully within the next month we'll be able to provide additional information, but that has a high probability of success. From a technical perspective, some of the accomplishments that we have, of course, we've worked on the integration of all our components, so brokered communication between that orchestration piece or between that privacy enhancing piece and those components that actually touch and link to it. The capabilities that we showed earlier on, we have some dates associated with those that will be able to be in a fully developed mode. So we're talking about the strong authentication piece or the verification against the Virginia DMV attributes. That will be in place by the end of the month. The stronger authentication, so the second and multi-factor components, end of June. And then finally being able to enroll through the KBA process and being able to use that credential and have that consolidated claim set will be by August 1st, and that will put us at the beginning of our pilot. So some of the lessons learned here, we're getting ready to wrap up. Okay, just let me share with you that as we learned here, some of our lessons learned were around the relationship between the state government and the private industry or commercialization, and trying to bridge those two domains and what we needed to do. So we learned that the ecosystem must support basically the spectrum of public sector privacy requirements and private sector fiduciary requirements. Very key here, and of course we needed a trust framework that would support those various positions and everything in between. We did talk about the user experience is critical both from an end user and an administrator point of view, and it turned out that integrating the components from a technical point of view is obviously easier than the definition of the business approach and defining the trust framework that all these components need to abide by. I know I'm getting the high sign and the hook off the stage, but thank you very much. And we do have I have my information on here, then this presentation will be made available through the website. And like I said, we do have representation here from the team from all the member organizations, so we'll be happy to entertain questions. Thank you.
But I don't want, okay. Yeah, we're just testing. Thanks. Okay. Hi. I know you're tired of hearing me today. I'm sorry about that. I'm going to talk to you about the Day On pilot. And we should have some things up in just a moment. And I thought it might be interesting to you not to just hear from me, but to hear from one of the relying parties. So I've asked Jim Barnett from AARP to join me, and he's going to be talking a little bit about the pilot from their perspective. Okay, what I have learned from the last two presenters is I need to go fast. So what our pilot is about is advancing commercial participation in the NSTIC ecosystem, and these are our relying parties. I'd like to be able to tell you today who the major bank is. I will tell you it's one of the top 10 banks in the U.S. They're a little camera shy at this point, but we're hoping to be able to reveal, it's like one of those reality TV things for you soon. But we're working with the AARP, PayPal, Purdue, and AAE. If you're not familiar with AAE, that's the American Association of Airport Executives. So what are we trying to investigate? We're looking at what the suitability of strong mobile-based authentication technology, including biometrics for online authentication, the willingness of RPs to move to external identity or credential providers, and how that fits within their business models, the acceptance of subscribers, the capability of existing trust frameworks and certification schemes to support these scenarios and technologies, and the degree of interoperability achievable. So that's what we're about. I left my notes down there. I would say that the main thing when you look at our technology is we're really looking at how we can increase trust for online transactions. So we're not as interested in those lower levels of assurance as we are in some of the higher levels. So the pilot is made up of four main areas: the technology, some of the research we're doing, the operational pilots themselves, and the trust frameworks. And I'm going to talk just a moment about each one of those. So the technology. I will tell you also that I am not a salesperson, and so this isn't a sales pitch. It's just I think you need to understand the technology that the pilot is being built around. So what is it? It's IdentityX, which is a multi-factor risk-based authentication based on mobile platforms, whether it's any type of smartphone or tablet. And what it does is it acts as an authentication platform so that you can have multiple different authentication methods, and then based on the risk level the relying party needs for a given transaction, they will use different combinations of those authentication methods to get them to the level of assurance that they need. It can be based on a transaction, but it could also be based on an individual. So, for example, if you have somebody with accessibility issues, the RP can just as easily tailor the set of authentication factors based on that. So what are the factors? Well, proof of possession of the device, the phone itself, and so we put a assert on the phone. PIN passes, so that's what you have. The PIN password, what you know. We've got 3 different biometric factors: face, voice, and palm. Palm, we're only testing in the research phase of our pilot. The other 2, we have a basic version and a liveness version of each of those. We support geolocation and out-of-band capabilities. There's something missing off that previous slide. And it can be run both on a mobile in-band capability or out-of-band. So how does it work? This is not to insult your intelligence, because this is pretty basic what I've put here. But basically, the subscriber requests a transaction from the relying party, who sends the authentication request to our IDP, our authentication server. Based on the ID of that user, and this is a pseudonymous ID, and the transaction ID, that's mapped to that set of authentication methods based on the authentication policy that's invoked. So based on that, a set of challenges are sent to the phone, and then the subscriber would respond to those challenges. The data is securely transmitted back to the authentication server, who is where the verifier is. If it's successfully or unsuccessfully verified, the authentication results are passed back to the relying party, who makes the access decision. Realize that's oversimplified. Realize you guys already understand all that. Okay, the other part of this is TrustX. What is TrustX? This is the IDP, the service that's built around the IdentityX technology. So that's basically what it is. Okay, the other part of the pilot is now taking this technology, this service that's being built, and certifying it to work within various trust frameworks and using standard interfaces. So we're migrating that IDP to work within multiple trust frameworks, so that we can provide choice to both subscribers and relying parties. It can operate within a multiple IDP environment. And then as part of this, we're trying to assess the existing trust frameworks to see how well they support things like risk-based multi-factor and multi-method authentication, trust elevation, biometrics, and the concept of equivalence of various combinations of those authentication methods. And so those are the 3 trust frameworks that we're working with. The third part is our research agenda. We're working with Purdue University. A couple of labs they have there, their biometrics labs and their cybersecurity labs. And what they're doing is both in an online and offline research is they're looking at the solution to assess usability, accessibility, privacy, security, performance, and user acceptance. So how does it all go together? Well, we start off with IdentityX, that existing technology. We are trying to align that with the NSTIC and Trust Framework standards. We're doing a gap analysis against that. Purdue is assessing the technology itself. We're building that into the IDP. We have 5 different relying parties that will be enabling their applications to work with the third-party provider, and then and bringing along with them a base of subscribers. We'll be collecting data and metrics and analyzing that. So how do we get to where we're trying to get? Well, we're going to extend that technology, like I said, to fit within this federated environment and meet the certification criteria. So that involves a lot of requirements analysis and trade-offs. It's supported by our research assessments. Great. I didn't talk fast enough. My phone for the demo is decided to. Yeah, crap. Anyway, so then we're going to stand up the enhanced IDP, integrate the relying party applications, and work with them on their pilot plans, work through the Trust Framework certifications and backfit the integrations to align with that, working with assessors and consultants, collecting and analyzing metrics, working with other pilots to identify opportunities to work together. You heard from Dave that we're working with Criterion. They're probably the ones we're working the most closely with right now, but we've also had conversations with AMVA and Resilient, and would love to talk to the Internet 2 guys, especially because of the InCommon and Purdue connection. So the general use case for our relying party is that they, in general, have an existing relationship with a set of subscribers, whether that's customers, members, partners, staff, whoever it is. And that RP then wants to have a strong authentication solution in the form of a credential for its higher assurance applications. And it maps its transactions to a set of authentication methods. And the RP has to be willing to use or try to use an external service. And some of them, most of them, will choose to operate within a given trust framework or federation. In general, our RPs perform their own identity proofing, and they hold their own identity data, which is then bound to this strong credential. However, we may have some RPs that are also interested in utilizing third-party identity proofing, particularly for new subscribers. So the RPs then sponsor their subscriber for a TrustX credential. However, once it's issued, then that credential can be bound to multiple RPs. So so that's where the interoperability comes in. And then they use that in lieu of passwords. Here are our relying parties and their use cases. AAAE is the first one that recently went live, and they're using this for their member portal access. The next one to go live will be AARP, and I'll just wait and let Jim tell you about that. For Purdue, we have tentatively selected a classroom collaboration application. In this case, we're working with their IT department, not with the research guys that we're using for that part of our pilot. Then we have the major bank and PayPal. PayPal recently has had some changes, and as you may have heard about the FIDO announcement that's come out, and so we're actually in the process of renegotiating with them to see how we might be able to accommodate that. So I'm going to just let Jim talk to you for a minute while I set up the demo.
Thanks, Kathy.
Everything timed out because it's not, anyway.
We're here, first of all, because we think the work of what IDESG is doing is really important, and not just for our members, really, but for everybody. This is just a huge issue, and it's getting bigger every day. And our members love to go online. They like doing things online, but often they do it reluctantly. They read stories about Dropbox, other companies being hacked. They actually read privacy policies. So it really is something that that they do take very seriously, and there is definitely a correlation of people dropping off of online transactions and age, and that's because our members are wise, and so we're trying to listen to them. So back to what we do here is we're looking at this technology because we feel like to the extent that we can really improve people's confidence and their security, we really empower them, and that's very important. So for the long haul, that's really the big reason why we're here. Now, as an organization, we also have a little bit of a self-interest in this because our members trust us deeply. That's the one asset we have above everything else. They trust us. So to the extent, again, that we can help make our members feel more secure in doing their transactions online, that's very important. We connect our members with some really high-level services, banking, health insurance, and we're adding to those all the time. So things like health records, perhaps some data vaults, those kind of things. So right now we're still trying to sort out what goes behind the Identity X solution, but ultimately it could be everything. And we want, again, to make sure that they have the ultimate level of confidence when they do that. So Kathy is, I think if you're ready, I'm going to turn it back and let her show you one of the potential uses we'll have for it.
One caveat, if Jim didn't already say it when I wasn't paying attention, is that this application that I'm going to show you is not the actual AARP application. Everything behind that in terms of the identity provider is live and deployed. So this is demonstrating the capability of an AARP member to access premium services on their site. So I'm going to start off just logging in, and you can see right off the bat that it's, instead of asking me for a password, it's asking me to authenticate on my mobile device. This is my mobile device. I'm using an iPhone 5, could be anything. So what I'm going to do, my screen is projected there. That's what timed out on me earlier. So I'm going to go ahead and select this icon in the upper right corner, which is my IdentityX app. It's going to go out and find that transaction. So I'm going to select that transaction on my phone. And I get three options. I can approve, decline, or report as fraud. If I want to go forward, of course, I would approve it. If I fat-fingered it or changed my mind, I would hit decline. If I had a transaction in my queue that I have no idea where this came from, then, of course, I would report it, and then the appropriate policies would kick in. But I'm going to go ahead and approve that. In this case, all it's requiring is proof of possession of the phone. So what does that mean? It means that when it connected to my phone, it did a full TLS mutual authentication using that cert on the phone. And so that's the easiest thing to do. All right. So that was successful, and now I've had access to the portal. So I just had a very low-risk transaction because it got me to this point, but now I have, if I wanted to do something like online banking, let's say I'm going to transfer funds. And depending on in this case, the risk level is equivalent to dollar value. So if I wanted to go with a moderate one, somebody pick a number between $1,000 and $6,000.
4,010.
4,010, okay. 4,010. I'm going to try to transfer here. Now I'm going to go back out and check my transactions. And there's the transaction that I just initiated. So I'm going to go ahead and select that transaction, and again, I'm going to approve it. But this time, in addition to the cert check, it's asking me for a PIN. So I'll go ahead and enter my PIN. And so now I've done two factors. First time I just had the what you have. This time I had the what you have and what you know. Okay. So now I'm going to go ahead and see if I can transfer a much larger, higher risk transaction. So a number over $6,000.
8 million.
You're trying to see if my GUI blows up, aren't you? Is that the right number of zeros? Okay. So I'm going to go back and see if I can have that transaction in my queue, and there it is. So I'm going to select that. I'm going to approve it. It's asking me for the PIN, so now that's the second factor. But now it's also asking me for my biometrics. So I'm going to go ahead and take a picture of myself. And that photo will be used for the facial recognition, but now it's also asking me for a sample of my voice. In this case, I'm using just a fixed passphrase. In the liveness version, it would be a random passphrase. My identity is secure because my voice is my passport. Verify me. So very original. So all that is packaged up and sent back to the server, and we do multi-biometric fusion back there, and then that's successful. So that's basically the technology that we're using. As I said, it's totally under the control of the relying party what combination of methods they choose to use for any given transaction. Okay. If we could go ahead to the video. I'm going to show you one other way that these methods can be combined, and we're looking at doing this in year 2 of the pilot. Sorry. Sales guys created this.
Uniform. Charlie. Sierra. Hotel.
Identity X. Uniquely you.
So that's something we're calling MePad. Basically what it's doing is it gives you 5 different methods of authentication with a single interaction. So we're also going to be piloting to see how well that works out with the user populations in the pilots. And of course, Purdue's looking at this, again, looking at things like usability. All right, if we could go to the rest of the presentation. How am I doing on time? Good, okay. I'm a fast talker. Okay, so that was the demonstration and the video. So how does what we're doing map to the guiding principles? Well, privacy enhancing and voluntary, what's in the column in the middle is basically what we think we're doing now, and we just need to affirm as part of the pilot. And then the last column is things that we're doing to further investigate or enhance in those areas. And so in the area of privacy enhancing and voluntary, we're not storing any PII on the phone. In fact, we're not storing anything other than CERT on the phone. We consider today the phone an untrusted device, and so we don't store anything on there. It's back at the server. Now, once the phones, and we know the manufacturers are working on secure storage on the phone, and once that's available, of course, we'll try to take advantage of that. Hopefully they'll get FIPS 140 approval, because we can't really get certified without that. The authentication is proportional to the transaction risk level, so we're not asking for everything if it's a low-risk transaction, and of course the pilots are opt-in. But we're also looking at assessing the privacy of our solution and our implementation and investigating additional privacy-enhancing technologies, and again, that's where Purdue is helping us. For secure and resilient, we're using strong multi-factor authentication. Server security assessment and has been done, and we have high availability configurations. But in addition, we're assessing the security and recommending improvements and evaluating our performance. We're going to be demonstrating interoperability, particularly working in multiple trust frameworks and having subscribers use a single credential for multiple RPs. And then we're also looking at the usability. We feel like because it's so adaptable, it can be used by a wide variety of users. So this is our schedule. The blue is the operational pilots. The green is our certification, our trust framework path. The red is our research plans. And then the gray is basically our product and service enhancements that we're doing. Accomplishments to date, I mentioned AAAE has gone live. We've built the SAML and OpenID Connect prototypes, done some product and infrastructure enhancements, established our research protocol, and we put in our initial application for Kantara approval. So the lessons learned. What have we learned so far? Well, that RPs are generally conservative and not willing to go from 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. You know, there's a progression that the RPs have to go to. You know, we'd like them all to just immediately jump on the bandwagon, but it's a process. Many RPs don't desire a full-function IDP, but only a CSP. They already have and hold the identity data, and they don't want or need a third-party involvement. They do, however, want third-party credentials. And so what we're running into is the problem that the existing certification schemes want you to be a full IDP or nothing at all. And so we realize that the marketplace is moving towards a more componentized offerings and a decoupled model where the identity proofing and the credential management can be separated, can be performed by 2 different parties, but we're not quite there yet. And the tricky bit, of course, then is to bind the binding. So what do we mean? If you've vetted somebody and you're issuing them a credential, you need to make sure that that binding operation, that there's some chain of trust involved in that. We've found that gaps do exist in those standards and trust frameworks for dynamic, risk-based, multi-factor, and biometrics. And we're finding that there's no process or method to assess the equivalency of token types. So 800-63 is very prescriptive in this area, but it's for a limited set of token implementations. And so where we have been a little innovative in that area, it hasn't quite caught up to us, and so we're working with those organizations to try to figure that stuff out. We have some near-term milestones with AARP, beginning our laboratory testing, completing our first round of security and privacy assessments. We have used the PEM already for our existing solution and with AAAE. And then we're building out our trust framework server. And there's, if you want some additional information. Anything you want to add, Jim? Okay. Thanks for your attention.
I don't have a sultry voice.
Neither do I.
Your video's got it. That's good. All right. Well, thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, everyone. My name is Britt Wannock. I'm with Resilient Network Systems, and we have the dubious honor of actually presenting to you two pilots. So in the time allotted today, I'll be walking you through that. We'll begin with a brief description of what we call a trust network, specifically what that means, who are the parties to it, and essentially the value behind it. I'll then roll into a brief discussion of how we apply that to the actual pilots we're performing for NSTIC, to include essentially the roles, responsibility, relying party, attribute providers, etc., and then a little bit of the topology associated with it. Then I'm going to cover a brief discussion on our look into the policies themselves and how we go about essentially evaluating a trust framework to be able to derive those policies that we put into the trust network. Essentially, we call them credential expressions. Then lastly, I'll close with a quick status on where we are and, of course, the lessons learned that we have seen to date as we move forward. So without much further ado, we'll press forward. So what is a trust network? What does it mean? Who uses it? We have a pretty specific definition, and it's important that we begin on that. So essentially, it's a secure means, right? It's a neutral platform on which two organizations, two individuals can build trust between a specific set of entities, right? Whether that be person, place, or thing. And we do that so that we can actually create a trusted interaction between them. We achieve that trust and we build that trust by leveraging distributed information that's available on the network, whether that be the identity of an individual, the attributes associated with them, but the platform enables those applications that are using the network to be able to achieve that. And obviously we do that with necessary accountability and privacy associated with it, and we do it in such a way that it can be sustained over time by supporting the commercial efforts of not only Resilient, but also the subscribers and operators of that trust network. So if that is the trust network, who actually uses it? Well, there are operators out there who essentially provide the trust network platform, that neutral platform, to developers who create applications. Those applications are then made available to various subscribers so that they can perform trusted business interactions. I'll get into it a little bit later, but you may say, well, what are those applications? And I'll describe for you that in this paradigm shift that we're approaching, where we're moving from traditional IT to a more cloud-based IT and a trust framework or trust network-enabled IT, we actually had to create a few of those applications. And so I'll describe that in more detail. The important thing to note is that while it is a trust network, and so there's a certain set of criteria needed to be a part of it, that criteria creates essentially some closure around it. It is a closed network based on that criteria of trust. It has, however, an open extension that allows you to expand that network based on your needs or based on the needs of the operators. Move along to the next. So there's some key features that we deliver inside of the trust network as well. Many people talk about identity, access control, privacy, and discovery. But essentially what we're doing is we're taking a model, that model of interaction that you and I have today when we have a conversation between one another and attempt to then exchange information. That model is a decision-making model, right? It's one in which you and I receive inputs from each other, and then based on those, we choose to share certain amounts of information, and we choose to obscure other information behind that. So that decision-making model is essentially applied to the trust network, and it could be a decision about identity. It could be a decision about access control. It could be a decision about how I want to discover objects that are in the Internet of Things, or how I want others to discover my resources that are available out there. And of course, there are certain times when I want to protect that information either for security reasons or for privacy reasons. And so each of those functions and features is provided within the Trust Network platform and can be employed by essentially the operators and the developers that build applications for it. So now on to the meat of the matter. These are the pilots, and as I mentioned, there are two of them that we're pursuing. They have similar goals, and essentially that's the exchange of sensitive information for both healthcare and education. Breaking it down a little bit further, when we look at the one, it's called Patient-Centered Coordination of Care, or PCC. Essentially, we're establishing a trust network or a set of trust networks to facilitate the coordinated care between a primary care physician and a consultant physician, in our case specifically a cardiologist. There are several methods that exist today to be able to achieve that information exchange. The two that we focused on here are, one, e-referrals, right, the ability to send a referral from one doctor to another, so that new doctor can then treat the patient for a specific case, as I mentioned, a cardiologist in this instance. And the second is being able to receive some level of clinical decision support. I'm a novice in healthcare. Thankfully, I'm young enough to not have to get there very often. But I've soon learned that if you have complications with drugs, that it fits under the clinical decision support. So it's important for doctors to be able to receive information about what's been prescribed by one physician, certainly in a consulting case where they may prescribe an additional prescription that could have complications. That's an example of what we're trying to achieve within the PCC pilot. We now look over at ZIPS, Zero Knowledge Protection and Privacy Services, essentially, and here the focus is on educators, students, and parents. The idea being that we want to, one, provide some alternative means for which we can perform authentication. There's some unique challenges when you bring those three entities into the mix. And it's not only for access to things like school records that exist for a parent-student relationship, but there's also education and online content, whether it be Khan Academy, Pearson SuccessNet, or others. There's a general shift in education towards providing greater access to online materials and online media. That needs to be, one, accessible to students and to parents, but also done in a way that preserves the privacy of the individuals, especially the younger children. So what's our timelines? I will note here it's a little bit different, right? You'll see there's only 1 year. So we are attempting to do in FY13 these two pilots. We actually combine them together into one particular effort, still maintaining them as separate projects within our scope itself. We've progressed through the discovery and planning phase. We're well into the prototyping and the validation phase currently with our members and partners within the pilot. And we're completing the integration of those efforts sometime here at the end of May, beginning of June. We'll then complete our initial testing to verify that the actual output is what we expect it to be. And we'll proceed into our pilot performance in the months of July. As we progress through July and then into August, we'll be measuring the pilots against our performance metrics and also looking at them from a commercialization perspective. Obviously, you might say, well, what are the key things we'll be looking at there? We just covered the NSTIC principles. That will certainly be a part of it, but we're also looking to see the viability and sustainability of these models from a commercialization perspective. I think I'm doing okay on time as well. So a little bit more about PCC, the Patient-Centered Coordination Care. What are the challenges that we're attempting to address here and why? For many accounts, essentially, the methods of exchange of health information that exist today require point-to-point integrations, and there are significant barriers to entry from a national scale. Right, so the idea behind NSTIC, it is a national effort. We wanted to be able to create an ecosystem capability that could reach essentially any doctor anywhere from any other doctor. And if you look at the way systems are created today, they often require those point-to-point integrations to already be in place, whether that be HISP to HISP, right? The actual service provider, health information service provider directories need to be connected. There's an exchange of certificates and there's an integration effort that goes on in order for that to occur. Additionally, there are significant challenges around privacy and the protection of both the PII associated with an individual as well as their actual health information. That comes into play not only in meeting things like HIPAA, but also simply in being able to provide relevant results back from a clinical decision support perspective. Everyone's familiar with garbage in, garbage out, and if I have a service that needs to look at a significant amount of data before it can provide some decision support, I have to make sure I can provide it to that service in a way that also maintains the privacy of the individuals involved in it. So we've brought together a number of partners in being able to achieve our goal there, which is to essentially address each of those challenges. We think that you can apply essentially the Trust Network and its platform in a neutral way with the parties involved on the screen here to actually meet those needs. So you'll notice we have both HIEs as well as places where we would have an actual doctor at La Clinica or Gorge. We have members that provide health information services such as Mirth and Optum, members that actually provide the necessary content for e-referrals or the exchange of health records. And then we have some guiding partners in there such as NEHIC that can help us with the trust framework definition and the policies necessary in order to allow those interactions to occur. So going a bit deeper, and what does it all look like? I think I've stated several times, and I'll probably foot stomp a little bit more, the difference is that the Trust Network is a neutral platform, right? It sits underneath a number of applications. And as I mentioned early on, in order to kind of jumpstart this paradigm, we've had to create a few applications. And so you'll notice several of them here on the screen. One is that decision support connector, and the other is essentially this gateway. So we're using those applications to be able to demonstrate what you can achieve with a trust network. And you'll notice that it underlies each of the components, including the attribute providers and the identity providers. And so by connecting them together in the trust network, where you can essentially establish the necessary policies, we're able to allow services to be dynamically brought together. And I'll walk through it a little bit more in detail, but there are two pilots demonstrated here. One is the national direct messaging, right? So you'll see a doctor on the left and a doctor on the right. They exist anywhere in the nation. And now down at the bottom, then, I'm able to bring in National Decision Support Service. And what's the binding factor? It's the trust network underneath. And I'll get a little bit more detail and show you what it actually looks like. So how does the topology actually come to play? From a reference point of view, you'll see that there are various colored circles on the chart. They represent individual trust networks that are operated by the entities that are participating in this. So we have La Clinica or Gorge, which is an HIE, and there's a doctor there up in the Northwest. They're operating both their own direct gateway as well as a trust graph service. I'll describe that in a bit. And then on the other side, you have a receiving doctor or the consultant physician. We also have trust services that are established by Active Health. They're the ones that are actually providing the decision support service to us. And then there's two other portions in here. One is the ability to access essentially those IDPs or those attribute providers or attribute authorities, right? And they too would actually have a portion of the service running from the trust network that they would be in control of. So you'll notice that there's really no centralized hub in this because it's a network. There is one caveat to that. In order to get the pilots moving, the resilient aspect of it is that we do operate for the pilot both the trust broker and the access server. Those are components that allow you to essentially adjudicate the policies, right? So if I have a resource on the network that is that e-referral that I, the new consultant physician, am attempting to reach, when I try to go to that, there's a certain set of credentials I need to earn. I need to earn the I am a doctor. I need to earn an attestation of treatment for that particular patient. And I need to earn that I'm actually the individual that they think I am. So that authentication and authorization occurs within the trust network, and it's brokered by those two activities, whether it be the access server or the trust broker interacting with the various IDPs to achieve those credentials. Only at that point, when I'm able to satisfy the policy associated with getting to the e-referral, am I actually allowed to see it on my browser. In a very similar way, if I then request decision support, I'm only able to receive the decision support after I've met the necessary credentials to be able to access the data itself. There's a unique aspect of it here. We've talked a couple of times about the fact that there needs to be data transfer that goes across the trust network. I'll mention again that it's neutral. There's no data that's actually held. And in instances where we're dealing with an IDP or an attribute provider, we're not actually asking them to provide us the data so that we can make the decision, such as return it in an array and we'll do a compare. We're actually providing an attestation of fact and asking them to do a Boolean refute of that. So we either get back a grant or a deny. As such, data can remain in place and doesn't traverse the network. So there's less risk, greater privacy. All right, on to zips. So hopefully you'll see here we progress through the same type of approach, right? In this case, we have essentially a nationally scalable access to online media and education content. There is a different set of unique challenges here in the fact that we're dealing with, again, students who are often under the age of an adult, and yet we need to be able to provide some privacy-preserving capability for them to essentially go on the internet. Additionally, there's similar constraints to HIPAA, but this time we're constrained by FERPA and COPA, so we need to have a trust framework that is repeatable model that can be applied to the trust network here as well, and so we're working to achieve that. And then lastly, we have to be able to authorize that content. And many times, from a school's perspective, the authorization of content isn't necessarily based on the individual student, right, or the individual teacher. It's based on the enrollment in a particular class, whether or not they're in a particular grade, whether or not they need particular help with a particular course. And so those attributes aren't necessarily always available in standardized databases, and we need to still be able to provide them in order for a student to be able to access the right online content. Our partners here, they vary as well. You'll notice there's a couple that come across consistently. Obviously, everyone's mentioned LexisNexis before. We also have Contera involved. But we bring in some new people here as well. We're able to bring in Authentify for us to be able to provide some out-of-bound authentication. Like I mentioned at the beginning, that we're interested in strengthening the level. I'll talk a little bit about a challenge later on about the difference in the technical capabilities of a student population as you move from a inner city to a rural population density. And lastly, we have connectors that allow us to get to the actual school information system itself. If you look around the internet, there's not a lot of places to find information and attributes associated with children, but it does exist at a school. And you need to be able to access that information in a privacy-preserving way. And so within the pilot, we've partnered up with LearnSprout in order to be able to do that appropriately. This should look familiar as well, trying to follow the same model. Again, the Trust Network is an underlying platform, neutral in its aspects, but in this case, we're connecting the applications associated with the learning management systems or the media. Also, there's school records within the portal, whether that be my grades for my 2 8-year-olds or the lunch menu for Wednesday to see if they actually want to buy pizza or not. I can essentially protect those with a certain set of credentials. Then in accessing those credentials, I have to be able to meet them in order to get to it, and the Trust Network provides that necessary privacy protection. There is something unique here that's not necessarily intuitive in this slide, and the fact that the student information system, it houses records, right? It houses not only my students' school records regarding their grades, it also houses attributes about me. When I enrolled my child in school, I provided certain identifying information that, one, established a relationship between that child and myself as a parent, but also provided such things as my phone number that I could be reached at in the case of an emergency. So while I have identity provider and attribute provided here in green, and I have the school record system listed as a relying party, in our pilot, they actually are interchangeable. There are times when they could perform either one of those roles. And so the Trust Network is designed to have that level of flexibility in the way that we make those connections. And in essence, the school is the one that actually chooses to become a relying party or to become an attribute provider based on how they expose their services and establish their policies for that. So what does this one look like? So this is a simplified access case here. Thanks, Jeremy. A simplified access case where we actually have a parent trying to access a school record. And essentially we utilize that student information system to be able to achieve authentication via a phone service. Based on the Trust Network performing that, they provide back to that relying party an attestation of fact. That attestation of fact is that they're authenticated and the record is exposed. If I go a step further, down to education content, on the left of the screen, you'll see I perform that same type of syndicated IDP, but now I'm able to take that same authentication and move it off to, say, something like Haiku or some learning management content which is provided behind Haiku. So essentially using standards-based approach such as SAML, I'm able to achieve the facsimile of single sign-on for either a parent obtaining records or a student obtaining education content or online media content. So how do we actually get to the policies? How do we get down to something that's normalized so we can actually codify it? And we have a specific approach to that. It's detailed here. Essentially, we begin with some policy development. We involve the stakeholders. I think some of you may have actually seen this. So we develop that policy taxonomy. We classify the things that we need to be able to discuss so that we can define them. We involve necessary lawyers to arrive at what derive the conflicts that might exist and resolve them. We then translate that into some set of policies. We then codify that into an expression that says, can you earn this doctor, right? Can you prove that you are a doctor against the American Medical Association? Those policies then are essentially verified and they're put into compliance within the Trust Network. So where are we today? So far, we've been able to essentially progress along the lines of establishing the initial trust networks themselves and completing the prototyping efforts. We've done the initial work via that trust development framework that I just described to you, and we have an initial set of policies to be able to meet the needs of the pilots themselves. From an engineering perspective, it's critical that I mention that we've come up with a couple different applications to utilize this new trust network. One is that direct gateway I described. The Trust Graph service is a way for a doctor essentially to describe a policy that is then automatic, essentially in an automated way provided as a credential expression into the trust network. And then we've come up with some connectors that can actually talk in a trust network protocol kind of way so that they know to not just route something via DNS or via an IP address, but they know that they also have to meet certain level of policy and credential expressions before they can actually get to the resource on the other side. Again, there's a small mapping down here. We're in the May-June time frame. We're looking at essentially completing our integration and prototyping efforts and very much moving straight forward into the pilot performance period, which will run through the end of September. So what are our lessons learned? Well, first of all, there's lots of variations in the two designs, right? We're fortunate enough to have both of them in one place. So as a result, we've recognized that, wow, you have to have a really flexible platform in order to be able to do that. And so thankfully our trust network has been essentially configured to meet each of those needs. We've had to handcraft that trust network. So being able to support variation as it's implemented within a framework and as it's implemented within a particular set of technologies is critical to be able to meet multiple markets' needs and actually sustain the viability from a commercial perspective. If we couldn't map ourselves into each of those situations, it would be very difficult when we back into point-to-point integrations again. So as you enable scale and as you enable the extensibility of a particular platform, you have to be able to meet those needs. The other portion is around policy development. I'll echo the same challenges that we've heard from both Dayon and from Criterion and David Cox. It's really hard to get the contracts in place. We're encumbered by our old methods of doing things with legal pieces of paper, service level agreements. Well, what if this breaks? Who do I call? And the like. So achieving an actual policy framework out of that is difficult and taxing, and frankly, it's taking up a large portion of our program operators' time. Joe spends most of it just wrangling the cats around those various policies. The last thing I'll bring up is that the pilot implementations have been very constructive in how we're actually designing the trust network itself. A bit of chicken and egg, we found that, wow, we've got this new framework, we have this new technology, we can do lots of new transactions with it, but wait, there's no applications to actually do those transactions. So it's difficult to look at legacy and be able to just build off a legacy when you know that you need to move to a new type of technology and a new paradigm. So in these pilots, we've been able to bridge both, but a lot of it has been because we've taken our own platform that we developed, handed it to some of our own developers and said, now build a new application that actually uses it, externalizes your authentication, externalizes your authorization, effectively externalizes your decision making out on the network where you can actually leverage the distributed knowledge that exists, much the way that you and I today would have an interaction in the public market space. I believe if someone would like more information, I'm here, will be part of the cocktail hour, as will the rest of my team, and I thank you for your time.
Well, I'm the only person between you and all of the questions you've stockpiled and then the drinks after that, so I'll try to be fairly fast. You'll also see that the graphics on these slides are very modest, and that will help us to move fast along the way. Most of you are pretty familiar with the work that Internet 2 and InCommon has done in federated identity. We began this task in 1999 as the hardest problem we could think of. Now, 14 years later, It's the hardest problem we can think of, but we've made good progress in that in that process. Much of what we'll be describing here is an attempt to take the hard-won lessons learned in Common and transfer them to the broader citizen-centric world that we want to all live in. We started work on SAML in 2000. 4 of the 7 SAML authors were Shibboleth and In Common participants. We've been at this for a while. I appreciate the comments about the maturity of our trust framework. We see it as really needing a whole lot more work, so stay with us for a while, folks, because there's new frontiers. It's a fairly distinctive community for a couple of reasons. We have some very bright people. Better than that, we have some really difficult problems. And so what makes higher ed important is that we are worst-case engineering. If it will work in higher ed, it will probably work in almost every other environment. We're also fairly important in that we treasure privacy. It's been a tradition of academia from I believe, Alexandria and the Alexandria Library. We also are working with the next generation of consumers. But we recognize that as we try to generalize our approaches, we also wear sandals, and that may make some of our approaches less appropriate in the larger world. And a fair bit of the work that we're doing right now is trying to make those adaptations, though we still wear sandals. With that, let me describe the piece parts that we're trying to assemble together into whole cloth. We want to create the key components for authentication and an attribute ecosystem. So we are thrilled that this community has moved forward from thinking about the identity ecosystem to thinking about the attribute ecosystem. It's in the attribute ecosystem that we find both scale for access control and privacy. And so it's been a wonderful movement, even in the year and a half of this program, to get us to that point where we're rolling the words attribute out left and right as we've cleared the underbrush of identity. So we begin with some multi-factor authentication because good privacy begins with good security. We are moving into citizen-centric attribute work. We'll describe how the use cases that you've been developing earlier today will be annotated with attributes as possible suggestions of how to make this stuff interoperable and scalable. We're building a privacy manager for attribute release, authorization settings, etc. We're working with the Center for Usable Privacy and Security at Carnegie Mellon. They're the best in the biz. It's very interesting to hear at least 2 other privacy managers floating around here, the work that Dave Cox was mentioning and one of the other pilots. I hope that we're in the space of wide experimentation around privacy management, followed by the fact that I can rent almost any kind of car and still drive it. We need to get to that same level of customization and distinguishing and interoperability in privacy management. We're going to be trying to integrate anonymous credentials at scale. I'll come back to that in a second. And then all of this really requires metadata to work. Again, one of the ways this community has moved forward is to move from bilateral federation, which was initially what going to the cloud meant, to multilateral federation, many partners, many relying parties, many identity providers. We're in the right problem space. The partners include Internet 2 and In Common. We have developers, as I said, at Carnegie Mellon. We have the original developer of IDEMX anonymous credentials as part of our team at Brown. And then we have folks from Wisconsin driving our citizen-centric work. We have 3 primary institutions for the MFA deployments. And here we're trying intensively to just move the needle of security in higher education. We're gathering lots of returns on investment, lots of strategies on deployment. I'll talk about that briefly in a second. We have over 1 million students spread out over 30 institutions in the MFA consortium. Don't look that up in the dictionary. We made it up to work on this process. And then we're assembling a set of lead dogs to help guide the development of the privacy manager, et cetera. And R&E federations from the very beginning have been international in our problem set. We're trying to be international in our solutions. As we consider things like citizen-centric attributes, we're looking at what other countries are doing. As we consider privacy management, we're very respectful of the EU laws on this in this space and are trying to accommodate all of those measures. So the MFA work has begun last month. We expect to have widespread deployment of a variety of form factors along the way. Duo is going to be the principal use of this. We are also producing a number of open source pieces of software that some of you may find valuable. For those of you who use Shibboleth, you'll notice that the login handler doesn't do multi-factor authentication. In 2 to 3 months, it will. Open source, available for use. Similarly, with another widespread single sign-on solution, CAS in our life. We also have developed some open source software around certificate lifecycle management. I'm one of those people who believes that next year is going to be the year of PKI, and I've been believing that since 1998. But that said, I think we're getting very close, and I think the biggest impediment that we've had to deal with so far is the life cycle management of certificates and the use of certificates by applications. And this tool does both, and I'll talk about it in a bit. Here's the background on the MFA consortium. There are websites out there. In the interest of time and accommodating the sets of questions, I'll hop over this one and come to the citizen-centric attribute tools, et cetera. So we already have our first deliverable up in terms of a schema catalog and attribute registry. It's available on our website. It has several hundred attributes garnered from 10 to 15 different widely used schema, varying from NIEM on one side with its hundreds of attributes to EduPerson on the other side, which is the anchor for in common, which has 6 attributes. So somewhere between 6 and 300 may be a magical number. We've gathered all those together. We're starting a set of analyses around duplication of those attributes, distinctions among those attributes. The next thing that we'll be doing relative to the privacy manager is how does the naming of the attributes affect the release decisions that individuals make about releasing those attributes. This is a space where we've done no research as a community. I am shocked that we consider ourselves to be the data points that we build our technologies on, and there's not a single data point in this room. We're all trained professionals in this area. We are also having a particular focus on accessibility. If you don't know about GPII.net, you want to. It is 9 pages of schema that address compensatory requirements for a variety of different disabilities. It includes not only physical disabilities, color blindness, screen readers, etc. It also includes age-related disabilities, one that I can increasingly respond to, so my key clicks aren't as fast as they used to be. And then most importantly, it responds to cognitive disabilities. And when you move from physical disabilities where you may make compensatory settings within your browser, but now you have multiple devices and multiple browsers to have to make compensatory settings, to the cognitive disabilities, I can't compensate for the inability to do a depth-first search by setting something up in my browser. I've got to go back to the content providers and ask them to refactor their content in ways that are commensurate with my requirements. That is not a difficult activity, but it's one that we have to illustrate to the content providers to begin that refactoring. You might ask, well, 9 pages of schema. Who's going to configure all of that stuff? The good people at GPII are doing a very holistic approach. They are now developing tools that will allow medical practitioners to create not only a prescription, but a schema setting for you of the requirements that will help compensatory access for you. Take that, stick it in the cloud, stick it on a token, we don't care where, have it drive the presentation of content to you. That's, by the way, that's one of the 3 ISO standards that is freely available. So even ISO recognizes that some things are close to the heart. We'll be doing demos of this. I would hope that by one of the fall plenaries, we will have an actual demo of GPII affecting the presentation of content to someone who has compensatory requirements. We are working, as I said, with Carnegie Mellon University and the Center for Usable Privacy and Security on a privacy manager. We've created a research protocol that is investigating what is it that people really understand about attribute release, which is wretchedly little. We're starting to look at the inconsistencies between principles and behavior. One of the places that will lead us to, in year 2, is the development of nudging technologies for privacy. And you have seen nudging in password meters that let you know something about the strength of your password as you're typing it. Can we adapt that kind of approach to nudge people to better privacy behavior? So we're not just accepting people as they are, we're giving them the opportunity to learn from the experiences that, unfortunately, the consumer marketplace is giving us in this space and hopefully educate them about their privacy uses. We already have a number of results that are fairly interesting. They're up on our website. That'll be posted at the end. One of the most interesting results just came out in the last few days, which is the degree of concern that people have about the release of attributes. And we thought that people would be fairly comfortable with default settings. People want notifications every time something is triggered. We didn't expect that. They don't want to necessarily be stopped. The notification may be out of band, but people are wanting that, as the statistics on that were over 85% of the sampled population wanted some kind of notification. Again, we are at the beginning of this research cycle, and one of our other agenda items here is to breed an academic research community that will give us hard data about what people really are interested in this space. We also will be using this privacy manager to span a variety of credentials. So we live typically in the federated space. We've had conversations with the OpenID Connect people about making this work for that platform. And lastly, we want to have the privacy manager span anonymous credentials, and I'll be describing those in a second. Anonymous credentials have been typically described as way cool technology in search of a problem. And they've been around for 10 years now. They go back to Stefan Brand's original PhD thesis, and then that evolved into work by both IBM in IDEMX and by Microsoft in uProve. It's a challenging set of technologies. Because it was invented over 10 years ago, it doesn't work well in the modern world. It doesn't have mobility for the tokens. The tokens originally were downloaded into your web browser. Which platform would you like your token on now? It doesn't work well in the modern world. There's no knowledge of informed consent. And one of the key aspects of our privacy manager is informed consent. And I want to echo the statements that Jeremy made at the beginning. We want engagement with the IDESG on all of these topics. So I've had some very positive interactions with the Proactive Privacy Subcommittee of the Privacy Committee about how do you operationalize informed consent. We have a list of issues that we're bringing to that group. If you're interested in participating and helping us chart the course, please join the Proactive Privacy Subcommittee and guide this effort forward. We are very open to inclusion. One of the, so we'll be working with the anonymous credentials in a variety of use cases, and I won't go into the technology involved in it in the interest of getting to the questions, but most of this stuff will need metadata for helping informed users or users be informed in their consent decisions. So I'm very pleased as well to see the trust marks that were described earlier. We have certification marks in our federation which have proven to be very successful in informing identity providers and users about what attributes should be released, what the characteristics of the applications are. So again, I think as a community we've already moved a significant way down the path with our understanding of what are the components for the system. Here's a number of our use cases. You'll see some that were echoed earlier. COPPA compliance is certainly a part of that. Over legal age for whatever purpose you want to be over legal age. Think about an e-diploma. So when you get your regular diploma from MIT, you'll also get an anonymous credential e-diploma, and that way it can be validated that you graduated MIT without MIT knowing who's asking about that. Of the characteristics of the identity ecosystem that NSTIC laid out initially, the most challenging in our mind has been the unobservability characteristic. Classic federated identity can deliver unlinkability and anonymity and untraceability. It fails structurally, architecturally at unobservability. We think the integration of anonymous credentials will make for a deeply strengthened identity ecosystem. Again, these use cases will be out there. People have mentioned all of these powerful cases for... oh, that got... okay. Deliverables and the functional components. Hold on. Thank you. One last thing that I'd like to lay out is early on in this work we engaged with Kantara and the Attributes in Motion Working Group to develop a set of graphics that would help illustrate not only the flows of attributes, but the flow of trust and consent, because frankly the flow of attributes is pretty boring. So here's the typical flow of attributes, again, primitive graphics, I apologize, where the identity provider is also the attribute provider, and they release attributes. The user controls the release of attributes to an application provider. I want to add informed consent. Whoa, what just changed? Everything changed. So the flow of trust, the flow of privacy, the flow of consent is far more interesting than the flow of attributes. And you can see that we've put in a variety of pieces of infrastructure to make the scale. Application assessors that assess that the application is doing what it says it does, that it properly disposes of the attributes, that it's asking for the minimum set of attributes necessary for it to operate on, etc. The Federation is carrying this metadata that allows it to be accessed so that when I hit the Tell Me More button on my privacy manager before I release information, the Tell Me More button can extract information from the metadata. The Tell Me More button in the fall will be able to go to reputation systems that you set up, so your friends can help recommend what the right privacy mechanisms are for this piece. So that Tell Me More button is the essence of our informed consent. We batted it back and forth with the Proactive Privacy Subcommittee, and we feel like we're on to something here. So with that as the flow. We have some accomplishments. Again, I want to get to the panel if we're going to get to it. We have some immediate goals. All these slides will be available on the website. We're into full motion JPEG now. So lessons learned. Again, this community has moved from being focused on the identities to being focused on the attributes, the trust in the attributes, the assurance, the control of those attributes. We have moved a considerable distance already. Wonderful. Thank you, folks. Getting people to understand the consequences of their privacy decisions is hard. So we got to get the defaults right, because 90% of the people just want to click through. But 10% of the people want to understand. It may be the aged, as Resilient was talking about, and maybe others. One of the other things we've turned out is that users are less concerned with how long you keep the data than the downstream use of the data. So the studies from Carnegie Mellon are very clear. I'm really concerned not about the release of the information, but what is that third party going to do in releasing it? When you say what is downstream to them, it gets very fuzzy. So one of the ways we're going to have to use educational techniques is to help illustrate with some good graphics, and you can see the beginnings of those in some of the other efforts in the identity ecosystem, to begin to capture downstream and redress. We just finished a survey to ask, your attributes being released by Facebook, do you know what they are? Do you know how to change that? I won't tell you what the numbers were, but they were depressing. Strong interest in multi-factor authentication with a desire to learn more. I believe that we're going to be producing a new generation of consumers who are utterly comfortable with multi-factor authentication. We better. Website and wiki. Jeremy.
I can ask folks from all 5 pilots to now come on stage. We're running a little bit behind, but, well, we had a lot of questions, I'm sure, so let's see how long we can keep you. While everybody's coming on stage, I just wanted to ask real quick, Katerina Megas, if you can stand up in the back of the room. Yeah, you. And Phil Lamb. One of the things people may not be aware is the pilot grants that the NSTIC office made aren't traditional grants. They're cooperative agreements, which essentially means the National Program Office plays a key role in managing them and actually collaborating with the pilot awardees on different aspects of research. Kat, for really the last year or so, and Phil, who joined us recently, are actually in charge of the day-to-day of it. There's a lot of other folks in the office who also play a role, but since they didn't get to speak, I wanted to at least acknowledge them and the great work that they've done with the pilots. So with that, we've got time for questions. So where's the cue start? And there's roving microphones out there.
So just a quick question. I notice, my name is Mark Chamberlain. I'm from USAA. And looking through the paper, I see the funding amounts were just under about $2 million. I'm wondering what the true cost, total cost of the efforts were. If anybody can comment.
At least double that.
Not measured, but significant. I think the investment's worth it.
At least double.
Yeah, from the AMVA pilot, we have some people or some organizations from our pilot that are funded by the grant, but more importantly, there are some member organizations that aren't being paid through this grant, and they are just making their time available and donating their time. So it would be more than actually what the grant offered.
It's my life's work, and it's the work of about 400 volunteers spread across campuses.
Is it live? Yeah. Jim Trigo, Scaled Solutions. I was just wondering whether or not any of you might be able to make any comment on any FMECA activities that might have been conducted to this point, especially at a system level, in any of the pilots.
We haven't done a specific rigorous analysis of that. We do our use cases and try to identify all the exception cases. But that's about it.
Next question.
What surprised you in your discoveries as you've gone along?
I think our biggest surprise so far is it put in our proposal that we expected to find gaps between what we were doing and what the trust frameworks and standards and certification schemes supported today. What we didn't expect for us to find them so soon, and for the disconnects to be as large as they are.
I think it's interesting the groups we're dealing with, right? Physicians and then educators, students, parents. If you approach them and talk to them about trust, they have a very difficult time translating that into what it means in their life, especially when they're talking about accessing the school lunch menu. So bringing an application or a service to them that provides trust management is a challenge for translating the need. As much as you said about nudging them towards better privacy, definitely a challenge.
I think the business model was the most exciting thing that we've uncovered, and actually the interests in Credential Federation, Attribute Federation, by communities of interest. It's now become almost a mantra about how to save money and make money, and the new applications that people are actually just creating once they uncover this opportunity for differentiating themselves in the market and creating new opportunities for them as an organization, both as whether you're government, whether you're a corporation, or you're just in the consumer space.
Yeah, I'd have to say from the AMVA perspective and the CSDII pilot, we're in the early phases of our pilot. So we're beginning and putting things together and assembling, the components and defining the trust framework. So we haven't gotten to the phase that Dave's referring to, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of interesting challenges and discoveries when you start putting together the business model. But earlier on, I think that, some of the challenges and the discoveries, as we pointed out in our lessons learned, have to deal with, trying to bridge that gap between the state agencies and the private industry, and more specifically defining the trust framework, that will be able to support, those two different entity types.
I think we've been surprised by the passion that people have about protecting their privacy and their willingness to compromise that for a rubber squeeze toy, which re-emphasizes the need for these nudging techniques to improve the world. I think the other surprise has been how challenging it's going to be to integrate anonymous credentials into the world, and how much they're going to provide once we're able to do that. In many respects, one of the themes in all of our presentations was around providing provisioning information to service providers so they can begin to set up the accounts, et cetera. And that has been echoed on FICAM blogs and elsewhere. That provisioning information is ready-made for the use of anonymous credentials, and to the degree that we can master that, we will have preserved privacy and improved the world.
My question is for the criterion. Was that the name of? And I've forgotten your name. I'm sorry. I'm wondering who is the user in that in your product, in your pilot.
So each relying party has a specific community that they're targeting for their service. Depends on the use case, but let's take Broadridge. It's 100 million investors who want to get access to content online in a seamless way using mobile devices or tablets or computers. And they require Broadridge requires two-factor verification of that user. So it's, ease of use, but also authenticating yourself. For General Electric, it's employees, it's their partners, it's their supply chain and down to their consumer interfaces across that whole ecosystem. So each of us who are interacting with these organizations are the users.
Right? Well, I just, these use cases, these pilots are so interesting, and I have so many questions for it. I'm just sorry that I'm so tired, and I have a lot of concerns about your pilot in particular that I would like to explore. Sure. And I have questions about anonymity and to what extent that is possible, and some of the new research and so on. But so just a friendly suggestion next time, because this is so rich, give us a little more time to get rested for it.
Hi, my name is Sitaraman Durba from Cable Labs. So each pilot has shown the architecture and the framework pictures, and at least from the small time that we got to go through them, it looks like each one is different. So just a curiosity question: and do you see somehow the IDESG is going to come up with a framework that's going to coalesce all these things into a generic framework?
Actually, I saw a lot of consistency increasing consistency in the components of the ecosystems that we're working in. We all have these attribute authorities now. We're all moving into attribute verification as a mechanism. So actually, I see some convergence, and part of the reason for us to develop that schematic that you saw at the end was to begin to see how different our flows are, whether or not we really have different elements in our world. And I haven't seen that. I think there's a remarkable consistency actually among these pilots in our architectures.
We're all standards-based. We're using standards-based protocols. The user interactions are similar, I agree. And what we've uncovered, I think, is similar as well, is that there's an emergence of this transaction hub to gain efficiencies. It's been emerging in the UK government with pilots that they're initiating over there for citizen access to benefits, and in Denmark and other countries where there are efficiencies gained by doing this. It's not necessarily the only model, but it has a lot of, and I think in other parts of down under and in Australia and New Zealand, there's discussions about this as well. So what we're doing, I don't think, is really unique necessarily. It's just the way we're implementing it, maybe for the set of standards and the use cases.
One place where I think I have seen a lot of variation is in the business models. And I think that's good. Early in the marketplace, you want to have a variety of business models to experiment with and then see what the marketplace, or what works in the marketplace. And that's the place where, for example, we freely pass studentness among the members of In Common. When we start to work with Criterion next year, we're going to see about fee-based release of that kind of attribute and what that means. So I think we're going to investigate business models where we have differences and come up with some interesting hybrids.
One thing I'll say that's been interesting, we never expected all 5 pilot awardees to actually try to work together, but they all actually have been on their own without prompting from our office, and I think you'll see some interesting follow-on come from this. I just want to take a break. We do have a number of folks who are participating virtually, and I know we have one questioner, at least online. If there's others as well, please express interest in asking online, and let me hand it off.
Sure. This is, Hello. Oh, there we go. Okay, question. This is from Pratik Mishra. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. This is a question for Criterion. Is there any binding between the authentication credential and the attributes? Or is it all based on self-asserted attributes provided by the user? And he said, I guess my question is really, where else can attributes originate from?
So all the attributes are asserted by the user in the flow, and using the protocols of SAML or OAuth and other RESTful services that we bind together to deliver in one token, which is an encrypted token, which is bound by the process as well. The attributes and the authentication assertions are bound together through that process. That's not a unique process, I would say. It's pretty common out there, and we're employing that method. Hopefully that answers. But all the attributes that come through our process are asserted by users. We don't do anything in the back end to gather other attributes without the user's involvement or permission.
First, thanks to all 5 of you. This is Peter Brown speaking. Thanks to all 5 of you for the presentations. I think it's been incredibly illuminating. And each of you have sort of hit on different advantages, issues, problems along the way towards full-scale deployment. So I feel almost sort of duty-bound to ask you if you have one ask each of IDESG in terms of something that needs to be done, some gap that needs to be filled, policy, standard, or whatever. What would it be in each of the 5 cases? Do you have one particular thing that you think needs to be addressed and that we ought to be taking on?
How many relying parties are in the room?
Yeah, ditto that. But I would just add token equivalence.
Yeah, I think from a resilience perspective, the trust framework discussion is an important one. We have 2 pilots, so we get to see the difference between how policies are crafted for each one. Ultimately, we'd also like to see that you could have a healthcare pilot that allows information exchange, and that pilot, that trust network, could combine with the education pilot. And if you don't have a commonality of language to be able to talk about policies, it becomes very difficult.
Yeah, and I would also echo what Resilient is saying about the trust frameworks. I mean, I think that does get to the heart of the matter. And also, pulling on one of the threads in the objectives of NSTIC is to promote that interoperability. So with the common policies that are needed, for us to actually share those interoperable components of our ecosystem.
I'd say, Peter, continue to work hard on those use cases. We intend to annotate those use cases with consent issues, with attributes, et cetera. So we're going to take them as pretty much chiseled in stone, and then we're going to try to enrich them with attributes and other kinds of privacy mechanisms.
One last point. What we're discovering, at least with two new trust frameworks that we're working on, is that trust frameworks are a way to drive market adoption. And if you, as a community, identify opportunities where there are communities of interest who will come together to drive efficiencies, save money, and maybe do new things with a common policy layer, I think there's a real interesting opportunity for this community to drive trust framework adoption, which drives the adoption of identity efficiencies that we've been talking about, privacy and things like that.
I'll steal a note for 1 second on that. It's one thing for us as vendors to sit up here and talk about implementing a policy or the ability to enforce policy. It's much another for an independent body of experts that are subject matter experts in a particular field or organization to say, we bless or we agree that meets a certain level of requirements. And so for the IDESG to be able to drive a framework that can occur within, and then we can be held accountable for it, I think supports some of what Dave's talking about from an adoption perspective. It's a hurdle that we are trying to face, but we need support from the greater community to achieve.
So one of the themes in our proposal was NSTIC alignment, and you saw that we're trying to align our solution. However, right now, I couldn't tell you what NSTIC alignment means. So we're aligning with existing trust frameworks. We've got a 2-year pilot. We're hoping that along the way, the intent was for us to keep monitoring and be involved, and as the organization creates the framework, keep ourselves kind of aligned with that. It's not clear to me at this point when that will be available, but I know that in the 2013 objectives that were put up, one of them said to implement the trust mark, the NSTIC trust mark on 2 NSTIC pilots. Well, that's kind of exactly what we propose to do, and given timing, we'd be very interested in pursuing that.
So I'll ask a follow-up. This is Bob Blakely. Peter's question and your answers to it actually perfectly anticipated what I want to ask. I'm sort of shocked that I didn't hear somebody say, given the discussions that you all had, make it easier to get the lawyers to finish their job. So maybe if you could comment on that, and then Jeremy, I think we'll probably be able to take one more question and wrap up. Sure.
Interestingly enough, this, like any, we're crossing the chasm here with federated identity, at least in our case. And so in each organization, our experience so far has been you need a leader in the organization to drive the change. And usually that's driven by motivations that are economic. Either you're saving money or making a lot more money, or you have a new strategy that differentiates your company. In several cases, we've had the CEO call in the CISO and the chief counsel and have a conversation about their future. To make change, you really need to motivate people in ways because they do not like change, those two categories typically. And so that's been our experience, at least, is that you need someone who's a change maker in an organization to drive it.
One last question in the back.
This is Judith Fleener, and I'm going to pose this question to Dayon, but it's really for everyone. So first, I want to agree with what Peter tweeted out a little while ago, that five-factor, multi-factor live demo was pretty awesome. But given that you're kind of partnering with AARP, I'm trying to envision my 89-year-old AARP mother jamming out to that sales demo. So in all seriousness, I'm kind of asking about user experience and audience acceptance across the board. So first on that one, since AARP is your client, how you're envisioning that working with that user body, and then out to everyone, how you're bringing user experience, especially in UI design and some of the demos where it's like an adoption and rollout for these systems, because there's great work being done on the background stuff that the user will never see, but how are you bringing that forward into what the user's going to see, training the user, and getting them to adopt these new technologies?
Okay, so that was a multifaceted question, and Jim, I may ask you to help me out here. So that is exactly one of the things that we're investigating in terms of the usability and accessibility of the technology. What I didn't mention is that we have versions that use that can do just straight SMS, to the phone, that's more commonly available, and we also have a PC version, so for people that don't have smartphones, and so we're trying to accommodate that. The ability to also for the RP to be able to tailor this for their audience, we think will be helpful there also. One of the things that I think our friends at AARP have really enlightened me about is that they start at 50 plus, and that would include like me. So there's a broad demographic of members of AARP. Including people who are very tech savvy and are early adopters, all the way up to your 89-year-old grandmother. And so one of the things we're really trying to do in working with Purdue is we're working with their accessibility focus group. We're working with their gerontology group as well, focus groups. And actually, that's one of the things we're hoping to learn out of this. And so, Jim, do you want to?
Sure, I just add to that we are just trying. We're here to learn, really, and it's amazing when the technology is right and it becomes usable, people adopt it. And so so these things we didn't have a few years ago. We took several thousand to our member event last year, and they sold out in an instant because people they really want these things. And so this is easy. A tablet is easy to use, and so if we can make the experience easy, they'll follow on. So what we have today is probably not what we're going to have a year from now or 2 years from now. But I think your 89-year-old mom might be rocking out to that at some point. So that's the hope anyway.
We found that driven by the use case and the industry requirements, the usability issues are different. So if you're enrolling to become an employee, and you will go through a lot of things because you are going to do what they ask you to do. You even go to get your passport presented and whatever they ask. If you're a federal employee, you'll go through a clearance process, which is evidently painful, and you will do whatever they ask you to do depending upon how high your clearance is. If you are in the retail market and you're a consumer in the retail market, user experience will drive people away. So it really depends on what you're trying to do, and we found that we've had to accommodate varying levels of things about how we integrate with that attribute capture process, and then what the user's experience. We're doing everything to not create a brand, and that's our ideal scenario because users really will shy away from anything. There's some real expertise in the room. We have folks from Microsoft here that spend eons doing nothing but analysis about user experience, and we're going to hopefully learn from a lot of that expertise as we go.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, with CSDI, we do have the advantage of working with the Microsoft people ours. I know we are early on in our pilot, so we've been more focused on the capabilities and the integration of the components. Now we are getting to the phase of looking at the user experience, and we have actually augmented our team with an additional user experience SME that is outside of our member consortium. So we're getting the unbiased view as we go through and actually finalize, and we'll design and finalize that user experience. One thing that we did gloss over in the user journey slide that we had, some of those activities on there were color-coded in blue, and those were the flags for us to say, okay, this is, a potential activity that is going to need a user experience defined for it. And, for those of you who can go back and look at that and follow that user journey, some of that user experience was logging with the identity provider, some was with the verification of attributes and so on. So there's these different user experiences that we need to sew together to produce that, seamless, authorization and verification event.
I actually worry less about getting this to be usable, because we're deeply focused on this, than getting the usability inventions out into the marketplace. Because if we do that, this can be a disruptive technology. And when you start to deploy disruptive technologies, the forces that are in place now may not want privacy management because their economics are built upon aggregation of data, et cetera. So I'm less concerned, Judith, about the usability than actually having the market adopt it because of its disruptive nature.
Yeah, I'll echo that a little bit. This forum is focused in large part on the individual. Right, we've talked about individuals, the end users, and there are other identities out there that are organizations. And so one of the challenges we've seen is how do you get to that end user? What does that experience feel like for them? How do you get them to be more privacy sensitive and adopt something like this? And so our approach in some respects is to go at an organization that has a defined set of users with it and has some business need, as Dave said. So our balance has to be in that the user experience for them is organizational driven or business driven, but there is a person on the other end, and there's a flow that goes from dealing with enterprises to the point where you have kind of a ubiquitous privacy network or privacy enhancing capability that is just you and I, right? And there are organizations, but they're not, the system isn't built just for the organization, it's built for the end user. We're not able to immediately achieve that end necessarily, and so as we interact with organizations, they're defining some of that experience for us. One of the approaches we've taken to avoid that, and I think Dave said the same, is you don't do it in a branded way, right? You create a platform on which you can build that experience, and you allow somebody who's creating that UX be the master of it, right, and be the subject matter expert for their particular community of interest, essentially.
Okay, is this microphone on? Yes. Okay, so with that, I would like to thank all of the presenters. Jeremy, by the way, apologizes. He had to take a step out. I think the presentations have been very illuminating and helpful, and the Q&A was very good, too. So thanks to everybody. So let me just briefly go over what we're going to do tomorrow and give you the instructions on how to get to the evening event, and then I'll ask briefly whether anybody has any other issues that we ought to discuss before the end of the day. So tomorrow in the morning, we will convene here at 8 a.m., same place as today. And we have 3 topics before we get into the committee-oriented work. The first topic is success metrics. So we had a discussion this morning around the work plan, and obviously achieving milestones on the work plan will be one of our success metrics, but there are other things that I think we ought to be paying attention to as we evaluate our success going forward, and those include, outreach and bringing people from other communities into the organizational culture and transparency and inclusiveness, and then our ability to publicize our efforts and get the word out are things that come immediately to mind. But I would like you to see whether beer and margaritas stimulate any additional thoughts this evening that you can bring back coherently by 8 a.m. We will then have a report out from Kim Little on the organizational sustainability effort. So sooner or later, we are going to have to grow up and leave home because our NIST parents will cut off the allowance. And Kim has been doing a lot of work on how much it's going to cost to run the organization, what organizational models are possible going forward, and looking at a set of existing organizations that might serve as templates for us going forward. So she'll take us through that. And then we'll have the popular terminology discussion. We will eventually get to the point where we will be publishing things. And of course, in both security and identity, all of us professionals have been busily polluting the discourse by using words in all sorts of different ways for 40 years. And so we will have to choose among the existing usages of various terms, or perhaps invent our own to perpetuate even more confusion. So Colin is going to talk about the terminology effort, Colin Suter. And, just to give a few examples of the way we're thinking about this and try to stimulate your participation in the effort going forward. Then we'll have committee breakouts. We will have a privacy committee report on some activities with the privacy evaluation methodology and with some related efforts going forward. And then we will wrap up and break and go to the management council meeting. So I hope, by the way, the evening event will be at the Firehouse Pub, 111 South Murphy Street in Sunnyvale. Park in the parking garage across the street. I hope you enjoyed the session today. I think, at least for me, it's very gratifying to be doing the work instead of talking about organizing doing the work. And I think it felt productive to me, and I'm grateful to everyone for showing up and participating in the use case workshop and in the discussions. So for the last few minutes this afternoon, I'd just like to ask whether anybody has any thoughts on how the day went, whether there were things that we need to correct going forward in the future, or other advice and general comments. So if anyone would like to talk about that at the expense of a few minutes worth of beer, please raise your hand. You're also free. But that's a no. Beer wins. So if it occurs to you later that you should have said something when I asked that question, please email it to me. Thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen. See you tomorrow morning.